scary good.
Welcome to Freddy's. Have you met them yet?
Met who?
5 Nights at Freddy's killing it at the box office. The video game turned blockbuster, shattering records and leaving audiences screaming for more. The details coming up in Pop Start today, Monday, October 30th, 2023.
When you gonna arrive in the sky?
Today I turned 50.
From Belleville, Illinois.
Hi to my grandma. We love you, Mimi. Hello, Avon, Ohio. And Kaysville, Utah. From Arlington, Tennessee. It's my 14th birthday.
I look up and do
Cindy love to my mom, watching in Lawrenceville, Georgia.
Here for Hall's 16th birthday. From Anderson, South Carolina. Traveled with our dance team from Roundup, Arkansas. To the Today Show.
Why don't you go see Frankie? My family's been going to him forever. He did my first suit when I was 15. No, wait, 16. No, excuse me, 15. All right, when was 1990?
Okay, you have to stop the Q-tip when there's resistance.
Oh, he always stole the show, didn't he? Matthew Perry, the Chandler one-liner really was cited. He said that was his all-time favorite, that one right there. Loved it. And it was improvised, by the way.
Okay, throughout his run on Friends and the years that followed, Perry was a regular right here on Today. NBC's Emily Aketa joins us now from the makeshift memorial in his honor at the iconic Friends apartment right here in New York. Hey, Em.
Guys, good morning to you. We all know Matthew Perry was beloved by millions, including our Today Show family. He stopped by Studio 1A a handful of times to discuss the blockbuster hit show Friends. Fans of the show will recognize where I'm standing. It's the apartment building immortalized by the show. And this morning it's turned into a makeshift memorial with flowers and notes, all left in honor of the beloved actor.
no one told you that was gonna be this way.
Matthew Perry and his Friends debuted on the small screen back in 1994.
So does he have a hump and a hairpiece?
The 24-year-old Perry bringing Chandler Bing to life on the hit 90s sitcom. The lovable character known for his quick wit and sarcasm.
And the bunny got away.
3 and 4 in the morning is when we do our best stuff.
The cast joining today just weeks after the show's debut episode.
This show is, I like this show.
You guys are having a good time, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Having a great time.
Airing on NBC for 10 seasons.
Hey, Bert! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Friends becoming a primetime smash and cultural phenomenon with some of the most watched TV episodes of all time. At its height, drawing in 50+ million viewers.
We had become kind of overnight successes. I mean, it's really kind of the Hollywood story.
The actor also finding success on other TV shows and the big screen.
What are you looking at?
Perry talked about the difference between doing comedy in front of a live audience and creating laughs for movies.
What I like about the television show is you get the immediate gratification of the laugh right away. And in movies, you're waiting 7 or 8 months to see if something's funny. You know?
Behind the scenes, Perry faced many well-documented personal struggles, including a decades-long battle with drug and alcohol addiction.
When you hit a crossroads like that at a moment in your life, you just kind of realize that no matter what the consequence, you have to go. It's a life and death kind of situation.
Sarah Moore?
In 2002, Perry talked about going to rehab while filming the rom-com Serving Sarah, which forced the production to pause for several months.
You hope that people are going to be understanding. But, you know, it was a very serious thing. It was like, you know, if I hadn't done what I did, I may not be here sitting and talking to you.
The actor even finding some humor through sharing his experiences in group therapy.
Everybody shares like a common bond, this sort of X factor. It really is a funny place to be, even in real life.
A life that helps bring laughs and smiles to millions, especially on Friends, which Perry described as an amazing run.
It was an incredible experience. It really, and I was so young. I mean, I was 24 when we started, and it was just amazing.
And the co-creators of the show, Friends, releasing a statement reading in part, heart. He was always the funniest person in the room. More than that, he was the sweetest with a giving and selfless heart, adding, "This truly is the one where our hearts are broken," in a nod to how the episodes are titled. Something we see reflected on the ground here, as despite the rain and the cold, people continue to pay tributes with notes and flowers in honor of the beloved actor and the man who devoted so much of his journey, his struggles, to helping others. Guys.
Yeah, you can't, thanks, Sam, you can't underscore that enough. The fact that even when he was going through some of his addiction struggles, he was helping people along the way.
And that's how he wanted to be remembered.
How he wanted to be remembered.
And so we will.
And that is your latest weather. Savannah?
All right, Al, thank you. Now to a special Halloween edition of Today's 5 Things. On the eve of the big day, we have brought in the pros to help us avoid getting spooked by some common Halloween mistakes. Joining us this morning, we've got a veteran police officer, a lifestyle expert, and a professional trick-or-treater. Can't wait for that. But first, let's get to the safety. Deputy Chief Janelle Simpson from the Camden County Police Department in New Jersey. She's been a police officer for more than 2 decades. She knows a couple of things about safety. Chief, good morning. It's good to see you.
Good morning. Thank you for
here's
having me.
your 5 things. You say Number one, never use real candles.
Yes, costumes and wigs can be very flammable. So you never want to use real candles for decorations, especially in commonly frequented areas like your doorway, your walkway, your landings, because, you can prevent a hazard. Always use fake candles instead.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in those throughways, I could see that happening. Okay, never let a child trick or treat alone. Is there an age limit? I mean, is there any age you can let them go out?
Well, I would say 12 is a good age to start using the buddy system, but it's really up to the parent. They know their child, so they know what how responsible their child is.
Okay. Never let kids dart into the street.
Well, the number one fatality during Halloween is a child being struck by a vehicle. So you want to make sure you encourage them to always walk, not run, to use the sidewalk and use the crosswalk when they're crossing.
For the little ones, hold the hand.
Yes.
Okay, never let kids eat candy. Never let a child enter a stranger's home.
Well, we always tell our kids that, but during Halloween, people are really friendly. They're offering candy.
Yeah.
So no matter what they say, you never want to enter their home or their vehicle.
Good reminder for the kids. And then never let kids eat candy before inspecting. Okay, but what? And kids are they're just eating it the whole way.
Yes.
What should you be looking for?
Well, you should be looking for any torn packages, any packages that appear to be tampered with, anything that's spoiled, any baked goods. If they're not baked by somebody you should get rid of them. Yeah. And then for a smaller child, you'll be looking for any hard candies that could potentially be a choking hazard.
All right, Deputy Chief Simpson, thank you so much. Nice to have you with us. Happy Halloween.
All right, thank you, SG. I'm here with Steffi Greff. She's the author of A Home for Every Season and has more than 1 million followers on TikTok, Insta. They come to her for lifestyle and DIY expertise. Got 5 tips on what never to do. Okay, Steffi, let's start. You would never fail to check the weather. You got to make sure you're ready for the day.
Yes, true. I mean, it's rainy today, so you just never know what you're going to get. So you want to make sure if you're going out that you have an umbrella and you're prepared. I always love to have a black and white shirt just in case I want to layer it under my kids' costumes.
Smart.
Yes, and if you can have an adult nearby in a car just in case it starts to torrentially downpour, it's always a good idea.
This is my favorite tip of all the tips I've read, and I did not know this. Never carve a pumpkin from the top. Don't carve it from the bottom. What? Why?
I know. We were all gypped when we were taught how to carve our pumpkins, but if you carve it from the bottom, it actually retains the moisture so much better.
Yeah.
And if you coat your pumpkin in Vaseline, it will actually last all the way through Thanksgiving. It'll keep all the squirrels away.
I cannot believe we didn't know that trick or tip.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
A lot of kids buy those Halloween buckets to get a bunch of candy in. You say don't waste your money buying a bucket.
Yes. Yeah, so I love to DIY a tote or a pillowcase. I just grab paint and I grab markers and I throw it on the table and my kids just have fun painting it, coloring it. And the great thing about it too is that when you go to store it for the next season, you just fold it up and it folds up really easily. Whereas the buckets are so big and they take up a lot of space.
And you probably end up either tossing it or using it to store stuff you don't need. And
yes.
Never skip dinner, because often when you're going trick-or-treating, it's around the dinner time hour.
Yes, yeah. So my kids always want to get out and get their candy, but it's really important to eat before you go out, obviously. So I love to have a really spooky dinner.
What do you do?
I love to do a ghost pizza. And they love pizza, so it's a win-win for everyone, and it's cute, and I get them hyped up for dinner, and then they're full before they go out and fill up on candy.
Look at your house. You can buy that pizza crust just ready-made. So
just ready-made, yeah, and you just cut it into the shape. It's easy.
Okay, never let candy go to waste. What do you do with the extra?
So there's so much excess, so I love to save it and make gingerbread houses in December with it.
Okay, I know you have a ton of Insta followers. What's your Instagram handle?
@Steffi. And my book is a home for every season.
I can't believe all these great tips. Carving the pumpkin from the bottom, Craig. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Over to you.
I learned a lot there. I learned a lot. I am here with our final expert, third grader, Caleb Wade. He's from Kipstar Harlem Elementary here in New York. Caleb is dressed and ready to go as Lucas from Stranger Things. Costumes, nailed it, buddy, nailed it. So Caleb has been trick-or-treating for the last 6 years, so we know that he really knows his stuff. So thank you for coming in to impart some of your trick-or-treating wisdom on us. You ready?
Yes.
All right. You say the first tip is never fail to say trick-or-treat. Is that right?
Yeah.
Why?
That's important because you never know how a person may take it, and they may not give you candy unless you say it.
That's a good point. There's nothing worse than having a kid show up and just put his hand out or his bucket out and he didn't even say trick or treat. Yeah. What about thank you? Never take candy without saying thank you. That's another one of your tips.
That's important because you always want to have good manners, and it's always great to say thank you, especially on trick or treat because they're taking time out of their day to give you candy for free.
Yeah, and you know what? That's actually probably a good life lesson too. Like maybe more people should just say thank you as they're going through life, right?
Yes.
You strike me as the kind of guy that probably says thank you a lot though.
Yeah.
You also say that you should never grab more than one piece of candy?
That's important because you don't want to be greedy and take the whole basket. And you also want to save some for the next person that could be behind you, especially if there's a sign that says take one piece.
Yes. You know what? You're a very polite trick-or-treater. I can tell.
Thank you.
See, there you go. You also say, Caleb, that you should never go to bed before brushing your teeth, especially on Halloween.
That's important, especially on Halloween, because you don't want your teeth to get rotten, fall out, and have cavities, especially if you want to eat all of your candy.
That's true. That's a really good point. You don't want your teeth to get rotten. So brush your teeth after you have all that candy. And then your last tip, never hand out anything other than candy?
You should really never do that because this day is about giving out candy. No raisins, no corn, no oranges. Maybe I'll take the raisins with the candy, but no raisins at all, especially because the day is not about giving out food or snacks. The day is about giving out candy.
Yeah.
If the day was about giving out food, then that's a different story.
Right. That's Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Yeah. Halloween's about candy.
Yes.
What's your favorite candy, Caleb?
My favorite candy is Reese's.
Reese's. So your bucket is empty for folks at home. Show me your bucket. I know a guy that specializes in candy.
Hey, Caleb. How are you, bud?
Hi.
Hi. Nice to see you. We don't have any Reese's in here right now, but we're going to get some Reese's to put in there for you.
Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. You're a very polite young man.
Mr. Roker wanted to make sure you had a full candy basket. So
Hey, when you go trick or treating, do you like it when people give out those little bars? Or you like the big bars?
The big bar.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Of course.
Yeah. Caleb, you are a trick or treating expert. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by.
Of course.
And a big thanks to all of our experts. And for even more Halloween safety tips, just go to our website, today.com. Caleb's going to put some more of his tips on there as well. Straight ahead, Jenna Bush Hager, she is here with not one, but two Read What Jenna reveals, including her pick for November. We'll get to that right after this. But first, your local news, some weather, and these messages. Caleb!
There we go, Caleb. Nicely done. Nicely done.
We're back, 8:44 with our special series, Inside the Game.
Yeah, the Chargers picked up a big win yesterday, defeating the Chicago Bears on Sunday Night Football. And before the game, NBC's Liz Kreutz caught up with one of the Chargers' promising young players. Liz, good morning.
Hi, Liz.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, for rookie Quinton Johnston, the road to the NFL started years before thousands of fans were cheering his name. He says the support of his family has made it all possible, which is why he wanted to return the favor and make his mom's own dream of retiring come true.
You may have watched as the Chargers took the field on Sunday Night Football, but what you've probably missed is the grueling work and unwavering support it takes to get here. LA Chargers rookie wide receiver Quinton Johnston's journey began well before kickoff. Earlier this year, Dad Carl and Mom Sherry were by their son's side as his childhood dream came true.
The Los Angeles Chargers select Quinton Johnston.
What was it like the first time you put on that Chargers cap?
I'm just happy for myself, my family, and my friends, because I had a lot of people there with me.
They've been there since the very beginning, rooting on Johnston through his younger years in track, basketball, and of course,
Quinton Johnston has the first down.
Football, a sport he'd dominate in college at TCU.
No flags. The magic continues.
Earning the now 22-year-old that first-round draft pick.
The moment that you found out that you were being drafted by the Chargers, you gave a speech, and you said something about your mom. What did you say?
Yeah, just long story short, told her that she can retire. I just want to give a big shout out to my mom. She will be putting her 2 weeks notice in today. She retired. I don't want you working another day. This is the moment that I've been waiting for all my life, that she went through so much and made so many sacrifices for.
If there is one thing that you could say to her right now, what would it be?
Thank you. You know, something I tell her, you know, day in and day out, because I wouldn't be here where I am today.
You know, I don't think you need to tell me. You might be able to.
What's up? I didn't know y'all was gonna do all this. Well, thank you. Let me tell you to your face. I appreciate you for everything that you've done for me.
So when Quinton said in front of everybody, "Mom, you can retire now," what did you think?
I was shocked. I was scared. I was nervous. I was happy. All of that stuff.
So did you turn in your 2 weeks notice right then and there?
No, I fought him for a minute because I really was not ready to retire.
But with some encouragement from Quinton, this past June, Sherry finally did put in her notice. Now, after 31 years of serving in the military and working at the VA hospital in Central Texas, Sherry is a full-time NFL mom.
What was it like watching him in his first game?
It was crazy. All of a sudden they played that da-da-da, da-da-da, you know, that football thing. And I looked down and I said, my baby is in the NFL.
Johnston touchdown.
Do you feel the pressure of being in the NFL?
Now that I'm in it, not really. I kind of just stay level-headed and, you know, focus on what I have to do.
You raised such a good son.
Thank you.
Oh, you guys, it was such a heartwarming, sweet moment to see them together. Even though he's a professional football player first, he is still Sherry's son. Sherry, by the way, says she's enjoying retirement. She told us it feels like something she was born to do. She's been gardening, but she also says she's been spending some time off running around with Quinton's younger brother, Xavier. So, you know, I guess the job as mom never really stops.
Guys, doesn't. Liz, that was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liz. Great. All right, coming up, guys, Harry Smith's got a visit to the Lost Kitchen, a one-of-a-kind restaurant in Maine with a very long waiting list to prove it. He's going to show us what makes it special. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Welcome back this morning on Today Food, The Lost Kitchen.
Yeah, we just had Erin French here in Studio 1A. She made that chicken cutlet that we still talk about.
Right.
And she apparently returned the favor to one of us. Harry must have sent a postcard to The Lost Kitchen in 1988, and it just got accepted and you went.
10,000 postcards I sent.
Tell us everything and
I saw you guys last week. I'm like, because the chicken cutlet was crazy. The vinaigrette we tried this last week.
Yeah.
Perfect. Arguably the hardest restaurant to get a reservation in the country, and we went up to Freedom, Maine and Lost Kitchen to find out why.
Fall in Freedom, Maine is as beautiful as one would imagine. The tiny hamlet, home to a restaurant where a reservation is as valued as a winning lottery ticket. Our host, Erin French, owner of The Lost Kitchen.
You made it. Thank you for coming. I made you a nice lunch today.
Did you really?
Yeah. Figure if you've come all this way, you're expecting to have something to eat.
I am.
Okay, good.
Let's go.
Erin welcomed us with a mocktail,
A wonderful afternoon. Cheers.
and we shucked oysters.
Please, have a shot.
Definitely. Oh my gosh. Ready? Total game changer.
Yeah.
Total. Wow.
I'm excited because food is my tool for pulling out emotion. How lucky are we?
So fortunate.
That's the way you're supposed to feel when you sit at that table, you know?
What do you think it is that's inside you that is this deep desire to make people happy or feel fulfilled?
I've questioned that, and for a while I thought that it was because I was a woman. And because as a woman, we want to give people love. That's been the feelings that I've innately just felt inside of me, wanting to care for people deeply.
I'm feeling there's something really sort of unfair about this, because I'm actually having lunch with you in a room that's normally filled with how many people?
53.
53.
Yeah.
Who've been waiting for months and years to have this chance.
Should you be lucky enough to dine here, the meal, or should we say the experience, lasts 5 hours or more.
And the moment it slips away because you're having the best time and you're making people feel warm and you're making them feel like they belong here.
Potatoes first. I would say it tastes like home, but it's better.
Lunch exceeded all expectations. Delicious seemed too puny a word to use under the circumstances.
The chicken's moist, flavorful.
So good.
Erin's new cookbook, Big Heart, Little Stove, is filled with recipes from her restaurant and childhood.
You say love can be tasted.
You can't make delicious food if you're in a bad mood.
So the key then would be, if you're in a bad mood and you're having people over, just order pizza.
That's probably a good idea.
With each recipe is a sentence or two, like an invitation to give it a try.
I wanted people to feel like they weren't alone and that they were able to make mistakes. And you will make mistakes in the kitchen, and that's part of how you become a better cook.
Is a cookbook a way for you to communicate with the people who may never get a chance to eat here?
100%. People break down and cry in here. And it still mystifies me. And that's part of this book, was like unlocking what was mystifying me and saying, what is it? Why are 60,000 people wanting to come here to eat? Why are they crying when they get here? Why are they staying 5 hours and not wanting to leave?
Because in its own way, it's almost food is therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Food saved me.
Food saved you.
Oh yeah. It was the only place that I could find something that I could feel like I was any good at something.
She insists she's not a chef. She's a cook. She's just a very, very, very good cook and a great host.
And in a good mood all the time. I love that line about you got to be in a good mood to make good food.
Right? Yeah.
And you read her cookbook, and you can hear her speaking.
It's wonderful because there's a couple of paragraphs or sentences before every recipe. They're like invitations. Please try
But I loved
this.
her with you. It's like she made you feel seen and heard. Like I loved watching you guys interact.
Like, I don't want to go.
Yeah.
Right? I really don't want to go. And listen, 60,000 postcards every spring come in every year saying, please let me come and eat at your restaurant. So to be able to just even have a little lunch.
Like, don't call us, we'll call you. Yeah.
Which is what they do.
We love her. We love when she comes here. We feel so
Food is so good.
treated. Yeah, she's
fulfilled.
We love you, Erin. Her new cookbook is called Big Heart, Little Stove. It's out tomorrow. Since you can't get into the restaurant, I guess just learn to be a better cook.
This is the way to do it. You bet.
Always great.
We're back with our third and fourth hours, including some creative and easy ideas for last-minute Halloween costumes. But first, your local news and weather.
Beautiful.
Chicken was. And the mashed potatoes.
This morning on the third hour of Today, remembering Matthew Perry. Tributes pouring in for the beloved Friend star.
He was so caring and giving and wise.
A look back on his life, his honesty, and legacy of helping others. Plus, our Consumer Confidential. It's all about Halloween safety, from costumes to candy and some trick-or-treating do's and don'ts. Then later, if you haven't picked a costume yet, shake it off. Fun last-minute ideas for the whole family. And binge if you dare. The best new scary shows and movies just in time for Halloween. Our entertainment roundup coming up today, Monday, October 30th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
And a good Monday morning to you. Welcome to this third hour of Today, Halloween Eve. Craig, Dylan, Mr. Roker, good to have Chanel back with us as well.
Good morning.
Whole gang's here. We're going to start this morning with that really sad news over the weekend, the death of Friends star Matthew Perry.
Yeah, we all know him for his role as Chandler Bing, but in recent years, Perry had been open about his struggles with addiction and his mission to help others. NBC entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas is here with more on that. Chloe, good morning.
Good morning. The investigation is underway into how the Friends star Matthew Perry died so unexpectedly. Now, as fans and friends around the world are grieving the loss of the beloved actor.
This morning, as fans mourn the loss of one of their greatest friends, we're learning new details about the investigation into Matthew Perry's death. A source close to Perry telling NBC News that the 54-year-old actor was discovered by his assistant. Law enforcement says that he was found unresponsive in a jacuzzi at his Pacific Palisades home Saturday.
Respond to the drowning.
Sources say that there was no obvious signs of trauma or foul play. The cause of death still unknown, pending toxicology testing. In an eerie foreshadowing of his passing, Perry's last Instagram post, just 5 days before his death, was this photo of him in a swimming pool. His family telling People magazine, "We are heartbroken by the tragic loss of our beloved son and brother."
Pivot! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
At just 24 years old, he landed the role of a lifetime for 10 seasons, charming fans as Chandler Bing on the hit NBC sitcom Friends. In a 2021 cast reunion special, Perry reflecting on the special bond with his co-stars.
After the show was over, if one of us bumped into each other, that was it. That was the end of the night. You just sat with the person all night long.
Former NBC Entertainment president Warren Littlefield says Perry was just as quick and witty off-screen.
His mind worked so fast. He was so adept, but also the heart that he had.
He opened up about his decades-long battle with drugs and alcohol in his 2022 memoir.
I didn't watch the show and haven't watched the show because I could go drinking, opiates, drinking, cocaine. Like I could tell season by season by how I looked.
Now, as fans grieve outside the famous Friends building used on the show, tributes are pouring in. Selma Blair, who called Perry her oldest boyfriend, posting, "I loved him unconditionally. I'm broken." Gwyneth Paltrow also remembering Perry for his humor and kindness and the magical summer they had during their brief romance in 1993. In an emotional video, Hank Azaria says the actor was like a brother to him, adding it was Perry who took him to his first AA meeting.
He was so caring and giving and wise, and he totally helped me get sober.
Perry himself hoping to be remembered most for helping others.
If somebody comes up to me and says, "I can't stop drinking, can you help me?" I can say yes and follow up and do it. When I die, I don't want Friends to be the first thing that's mentioned. I want that to be the first thing that's mentioned.
NBC News is reporting that Matthew Perry had been playing pickleball just hours before he was found dead. And I just spoke with his pickleball coach a few moments ago, Matt Manassi, and he said that he had spoken to Matthew Perry just last week and that he was, quote, chipper, upbeat, and pumped about life. And also, we are saddened by the loss of Matthew because it's also hitting one member of our NBC News family particularly hard. Matthew's stepfather is Dateline correspondent Keith Morrison, who has been married to his mother for more than 40 years. Our hearts go out to Keith and their entire family.
All right.
Thank you, Chloe.
We're joined now by People Editor-in-Chief Wendy Naugle. Over the years, the magazine, of course, has covered Perry extensively, including more recently with that big Friends reunion and when Perry releases his memoir as well. Wendy, thank you for coming back in. And to Matthew Perry's point at the end there when he said he wanted to be remembered for more than friends, I think his legacy probably is going to be the work that he did in the addiction community especially. But it was Chandler Bing that put him on the map. So what do you think it was about that character and even that show that just resonated with so many people?
You know, he was the friend everybody dreamed of having, the boyfriend everybody dreamed of, and he had such a wit. He could take any line and turn it and make it even better than the writers had intended. And with that came all of this warmth that was present both on screen and off. All of his co-stars, everyone you've seen with the outpouring of support, remember how genuine, how smart, how witty, and how warm and kind he was.
Now, Matthew said, Wendy, that Friends saved his life. He said that in an interview. I mean, here's 10 years of this, 10 seasons of this show. What did he mean by that?
Well, he talked about, when you're on the show like that, you couldn't have the 37th drink. He really was a professional on set, and he said he was always sober on set. So that helped him. But also his co-stars, he described it kind of like penguins. When one penguin is injured, they surround you and support you and get you through it. So I think it was both of those factors, both him being professional on set, but also having the support of his very, very close co-stars.
It was just last year that his memoir was released. Of course, we saw the reunion of the cast for the HBO Max special. What was he like during that time?
He was very wise. He was very open. The memoir opens just very graphically with some of the worst times of his life, but he felt like it was important to share that because he wanted to help someone. Just a few days after his memoir came out, he had already heard that at least 5 people had gotten sober. Wow. And that was, you could tell how proud he was of that, of the impact that he had had. One of the things he said in our interview was, if you have my number and you need someone, call me. I will be there. And that's the kind of person he was.
It felt so genuine to wrap this up, kind of like what Craig just said. He even just said he wanted it to go, his legacy to go beyond Friends, beyond acting. And that's certainly the case here, isn't it?
Absolutely. He has been so open about his journey and the ups and downs. And while he was sober for a long time, he also admitted that sometimes he had slip-ups. And he said, it doesn't matter if you slip up, you learn each and every time. And he never, ever gave up. And he believed that in the support that he gave to others. He wanted to show that unwavering support.
Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you.
I think that legacy will be evolving as it goes on better, the way he wants to be remembered. Thanks so much, Wendy. Well, let's turn now to a big change in the weather. Some seriously cold air arriving overnight, just as millions of kids getting ready for Halloween. Well, it's going to be chilly in Mount Mystery, Washington tomorrow night. Howling winds will be around the Great Lakes with some snow showers. Transylvania, Louisiana, 50 degrees. Sleepy Hollow, New York, partly cloudy, 46. And Caribou, Maine, will be 32 degrees. It's going to be partly cloudy.
How about a shout out to your graphics department?
Yes, they are weather graphics folks do a lovely job.
Well done, Matt.
That's it. Pumpkins, especially that little spider. All right. Hey, so why wait till Halloween to indulge? Because today is National Candy Corn Day.
Your favorite.
They've been around since the 1800s. In fact, this batch has been around since the 1800s. Originally...
Oh, look at that. I did not know this.
Originally, it was called chicken feed. I would say it's maybe the other end.
I did tell you it's a lot better if you mix in some roasted peanuts in there.
Yeah, wow, that's peanuts and...
do you like candy corn?
She loves candy corn.
Peanuts.
It's like 1 in 10.
And
yet it survives.
It's like
What's your favorite?
My favorite... I found this out this morning. Chanel, actually, it's her favorite as well.
I had no idea. This is the most random candy bar ever.
Here's the open one.
The whatchamacallit.
Now, why do you love it so much?
You know what? I got to be honest with you. I think it's when I was in high school, I discovered it. And ever since then, it's magical. And then when I met Lindsay, when I met my wife, when we were courting, we were talking about like favorite candy.
And she was like, "What's that guy's name? Whatchamacallit?"
Well played.
Well played. Literally the funniest thing you've ever said.
Sometime.
But she was like, "It's a whatchamacallit," and I knew then.
So funny.
What's your favorite?
The Payday Bar, but they have this chocolatey, chocolatey pay dye. It's
the same thing.
Here's a little
Mix
tip
it
for
into
you.
food.
When I worked in a vending machine company in high school, when it says chocolatey, that means it's not really.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah.
How did whatchamacallit become your favorite?
Whatchamacallit, we used to get the pay-per-view WWF SmackDown. I would beg. I don't have to go to a friend's house because my mom would never buy it. And we would get whatchamacallits, we'd put them in the freezer, and we'd get in front of the TV, and it was like a thing.
Frozen.
Well, make
I'm
sure.
not layers.
Make sure to tune in tomorrow for the big costume reveal.
Oh, yeah.
We just gave you the candy reveal.
There you go. Oh, wait, look at this graphic. Oh, that's good. All right, when we come back, our Halloween Consumer Confidential, Vicki Nguyen is here this morning with some important reminders to keep you safe, from costumes to candy to what to do before trick-or-treaters show up at your front door. And then later, I'm on the run with a social media influencer racking up millions of views with her one-of-a-kind interviews. We'll be right back.
Who shot that? We're back with our Consumer Confidential just in time for Halloween. This morning, we are going to help make sure you have a safe and a fun night. And to do that, we brought in the expert on just about everything. Our senior consumer investigative correspondent, Vicki Nguyen, is here with some important reminders. So let's start with costumes, Vic. I mean, that's a big part of staying safe. This seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, Halloween is all about being seen, Craig, right? And so that extends to your costumes. If you're not wearing something light-colored or bright, think about outfitting your kids with some reflective tape. I mean, it might be a hard sell to get them to wear a headlamp, but it is safer and helps them to be seen. Maybe a glow stick around the neck is a great idea.
Good idea, too.
Also, think about what they're wearing. How does it fit? It shouldn't be loose. It shouldn't be too long like those capes or those pants. That can be a real tripping hazard. And also, if it's too loose and flowy, it could catch on fire. If you're in a backyard, they have a fire pit.
Sure.
You're not aware of, what you're wearing in your costume. Next thing you know is on fire. So look for flame-resistant materials. And a lot of schools ban masks. They don't want kids wearing masks to school. So a good option is non-toxic makeup. As an alternative. Yeah.
Okay. So once they're dressed safely, what about when they actually go out trick-or-treating?
Okay, with our little ones, for sure, we want to go in a group and always keep them supervised. It's helpful in a group with a lot of parents to assign a parent to one or two kids. That way you're in charge of Billy and Bobby and, they're not like in the bushes somewhere. The other thing is with your older kids, they're going to want to go out on their own. Have a plan, have a curfew, have a time when they check in with you, and encourage them to carry a flashlight or a glow stick. Go only to well-lit neighborhoods with well-lit sidewalks. Remind them about basic traffic safety, because this is the time of year we see a lot of accidents because kids are darting in and out of driveways and in between cars. Drivers can't see them. And remind them about distracted walking, which means don't be on the phone looking at something as you're walking. That's a surefire way to get into an accident.
So talk about if you are the driver, if you're driving on Halloween night, you've got to be extra careful.
Absolutely. This is a time to turn off the radio, put the phone in do not disturb mode. You need no more distractions, because the Journal of the American Medical Association found that pedestrian accidents go up 43% on Halloween night. Always keep your headlights on, even if it's during the day. It makes you easier to see. And this goes without saying. If you're driving to a party, have a designated driver or plan ahead for the Uber. You can actually reserve those now and say, come pick me up at this time. They will confirm, and it is very, very convenient. No excuses excuse for driving drunk any time of the year.
Let's talk about candy. Yeah. But I noticed you don't have any candy here. What are you trying to tell us?
So the teal pumpkin is a symbol, and it's been around for a while to let people know, hey, we are recognizing kids who might have allergies or candy might not be good for them. So we're giving away non-candy treats. You can go online and look for where these houses are. If you are one of the houses that's offering this, you can register so people know to come to your door. But look, you can do all kinds of fun stuff.
Look at that.
The glow ball.
It's a great eyeball.
There's like these slap bracelets, right?
I remember these.
Oh, the
Stickers are
snappers.
easy. Yeah.
There was a family last year, they handed out books. My kids weren't too happy.
I think it's a good combo. Books and candy, right? And you can find a lot of the stuff online.
And I bet something like this will last a lot longer than,
For sure.
Totally, and not contribute to cavities.
Where can you get this bucket?
That's a good, it's the Teal Pumpkin Project, so I think if you go online and Google that, I'm sure that they are on sale everywhere.
That's a good idea.
And lighting up your area.
Yes, so preparing your own home for the holiday, right? So you need to make sure no wet leaves on the walkways, because those can be a slipping and tripping hazard. Clear off the garden hose, the bikes, the toys that might be in your front yard. Also avoid anything with a candle or an open flame. Use the LED lights. Keep your windows and cameras clear. Theft and vandalism goes up on Halloween, according to Travelers Insurance. So you definitely want to make sure your home doors are locked, your car doors are locked, and don't forget about your four-legged friends.
Yes.
Keep them inside, make sure their tags are updated, because it gets scary for the pets.
You put one of those in the pumpkin.
You can do that.
Carve the pumpkin, put it out.
Cute.
That's what I'm
Line
gonna
your
do.
walkway, too. And these are on a remote control.
That's great.
Those are great tips. Thank you, Becky.
Let's keep it safe tomorrow night. All right, still to come, from pop stars to party animals, last-minute Halloween costume ideas for couples, families, and more. But first, it is Motivational Monday, the inspiring runner who is racking up miles and views. We'll be right back.
Time now for Motivational Monday. This is a huge week for thousands of runners, including our own Chanel, because the New York City Marathon is this weekend.
We're almost there. I've learned you certainly can't do it alone. I've met so many amazing people in the running community, including Kate Max, aka the running interviewer. I found out how she created her own career path that fused her two passions, running and storytelling.
Hey! 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 How many miles are you running today?
3.5 miles.
I'm just gonna do 2. 1 to 2, little warm up. Well, if you let me join you, I'll get you any pair of sneakers. Let's go, come on!
She's known to her hundreds of thousands of followers as the running interviewer. Kate Max is on the move, but today we're flipping the script and she's taking it in stride. Hey, how many miles are you running today?
I'm just enjoying Central Park.
Well, if you run 2 miles with me today, I will feature you on the Today Show.
On the Today Show? All right, let's go.
Ah, yay! Let's go! Kate's social media series features conversations with celebrities and online creators while working up a sweat. Have you always loved running?
Yeah, running's been a big part of my life for the past 10 years, and growing up in North Jersey, I was always playing sports, and what I loved about being on a team was really the social and fun aspect. So when I got into running, I really wanted to take that community feel with me, and I've just always enjoyed running with other people.
Kate says running was there for her at a time when she really needed it.
I was in high school and I was competitively playing a sport and I was on track to go to college for it. And then I tore my ACL not once, but twice.
Oh, wow.
It's tough, because I was on crutches for 2 months. And I remember being able to walk, do the elliptical, and then start running. I was like, this is amazing. Like, I never want to not be able to run again.
Kate studied marketing and communications at Fordham University before starting her career working in advertising. All the while, she kept pace with her passion, running the Philadelphia Marathon in 2019 and the New York City Marathon in 2021.
So I was always just around creativity, and for me, social media always was my creative outlet.
In the spring of 2023, Kate posted her first on-the-go interview. It received over 100,000 views on TikTok.
Then I was like, okay, I'm not going to think anything of this because this could be a fluke.
Spoiler alert, it wasn't. So Kate hit the ground running. She's interviewed dozens of run buddies, racking up millions of views online with the goal of inspiring people to stop scrolling and start moving.
I love that you interview us normal folks and then you also interview celebrities. Who have been some of the big ones?
I ran with Vinny from the Jersey Shore. I ran with David Kilgore, who is a Red Bull extreme athlete. I ran with Chelsea Cutler, who is one of my all-time favorite artists and singers, and I always listen to Chelsea's music when I'm running. We ended the video in her studio with her performing a song for me, and I was like, is this real life?
That's awesome.
Kate's advice, it's really about taking that first step.
What would you say to someone who, even if it's just for 10 minutes a day, just getting outside and exercising or moving a little bit, how would you encourage someone? Because this can feel intimidating.
Running really can feel intimidating, and what I aim to do is show people that, running and doing an activity can be fun, and it can also be social. And I get so many comments and messages every day from people being like, I joined a run club because of you, or I started running, or, I tried yoga for the first time because of you, and I think that's really cool.
Nothing is 100%.
No.
But for the most part, you never regret it when you're done. I've never seen anybody frown at the end of a run or a power walk. You just can't.
No, you can't. It's always hard during it, but after you get those endorphins are flowing and you feel good.
Content creating is now Kate's full-time job, and the miles ahead look promising.
So tell me, I know you always end your interviews asking your runners if there's a quote that they live by.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you the same thing. Is there a quote that you live by?
I gotta shout out my mom because I know. Hi, Mom. I know you're watching. So growing up, she always said carpe diem, and yeah, seize the day.
Seize the day. Seize the day.
Seize the day.
Okay, we're at 2 miles. Woo! Thank you so much, Kate, for running with me.
Thank you. Woo! So good.
I know, running for 2 miles, holding that, and I kept switching arms.
Feel that arm.
Yeah,
exactly.
Kate says her dream guests for her series are Jimmy Fallon, Justin and Hailey Bieber, and whoever wins the New York City Marathon this year. So we'll manifest that for her.
So she could interview you again?
Oh, there you go. We are almost there. We did this weekend. I joined, Yosef is
Our stage manager.
Yeah, our stage manager. There's Yosef. We did the last 10 of the New York City Marathon. So this way, I hear, you told me, Al, it gets kind of tough there at the end.
Oh, boy.
But this way,
But you're in great shape.
This is the group I ran with this weekend.
Oh,
Shout out to the Nike
That's
running
good.
group. It was so
That's a village.
rewarding to do the last 10 miles. So that way, come Sunday, my legs know it.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You ready?
So
you feel ready?
it's
You are
time.
ready.
Yosef, are we ready? We're
Ready. All right.
You ready?
Okay.
Yes.
We're almost there.
So excited.
Coming up, we are packed with great ideas for some last-minute Halloween costumes. Nostalgia and fun for the whole family. You don't even need to go to the store.
Look at this happy baby.
A little bit later, some scary good shows and some scary good movies to get you into the Halloween spirit and our spooky entertainment roundup. Third hour of today. Right back after this.
What a genius idea.
Such a good idea.
It's Halloween Eve, as Craig likes to call it, and if you haven't nailed down a Halloween costume yet, it is not too late to dress up and have a ton of fun. Chassie Post is here to show us how to use items we already have at home to make the perfect last-minute costume. These are some really great ideas, Chassie.
Really good
This
stuff.
is so fun. I'm so excited.
Okay, so the first one, let's jump right into the it power couple of the moment.
Turns out Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are dating.
Oh.
We have them. Brooke and her
pretty good.
fiance Grant. And this is really an actually easy costume. Grab something sparkly out of your closet. We were obsessed with Taylor's glitter boots. We actually made these.
Oh, wow.
They were black little ankle booties. We painted them, added some Mod Podge, and sprinkled them with glitter.
Mod Podge.
And they came out really well. Then we covered her little karaoke microphone with a little, wrapping paper.
Yeah.
And those bracelets, they're authentic Today producers who went to the Taylor Swift concert.
So you have to give those
She's
back.
wearing those.
This is a really fun idea.
Isn't that fun? Then Travis. Okay, this DIY jersey, turn around, Grant. Check it out. This is, that peel and stick.
Oh,
label.
you made that.
So we had it's a DIY jersey. We just printed it out. They actually have free printables for varsity lettering, and then a little electrical tape on the side, and a
That's brilliant.
a good
Good idea.
old-fashioned bubble wrap for those shoulder pads.
We should probably
Bubble
point
wrap,
out,
that's
by the
funny.
way, that Brooke used to work here, and that is her actual fiance in real life.
Oh, very
So
nice.
Brooke and Grant, thank you.
Congratulations.
You guys are gorgeous.
You guys are the power it couple.
Okay.
Creative.
Now, the family that dresses up together, this is a great video game throwback.
Yes.
The Dua family as the Pac-Man video game.
Can you believe it? So Ms. Pac-Man, Liz with Ruby, and then we have Isla, and then baby Helena, and there is
we're good.
and Doug. And guys, we just made these little Ms. Pac-Man and Pac-Man ghosts with
I love this. Thank you
umbrellas.
That's great.
And so you just get a little sheer fabric.
So cute.
We glued some eyes on. And what I love so much about this costume is if the kids get tired of it, you just close the umbrella
Yeah. Sure.
and hand it to mom and dad.
And if it's raining, even better.
Right? And then, Liz is a good sport. She's carrying a
so
Ms. Pac-Man made out of poster board
That's
and the baby.
The little dot. The baby's the dots.
Yes.
I love that.
So this is
Brilliant.
really
Brilliant.
easy.
This is the best.
Yeah.
And
Thank
even
you.
the height difference helps. 'Cause
I
it's
know. The little ghosts.
So
Oh,
cute.
so
Be careful,
much fun.
guys.
That is adorable.
Thank you, fabulous
Love
family.
that. Bye, guys.
She's like, I'm not leaving.
All right, next step is
This
so
way.
help her out there.
Okay.
All right, so next
You
up we
go.
have a
So next
nostalgia
up.
costume.
Oh, we
this was
sure
my jam. I
do.
used to make a lot of these.
Did you? Well,
Back in the
this
day.
is Kevin,
this is
and this
great.
is our awesome Halloween mix,
I love
volume
it.
1.
So cute.
Right, so we're going 80s, and I gotta tell ya, this is a super popular costume because it's so easy to make, and half the people wearing it have never seen a cassette tape.
That is so
true.
Face it, right?
Oh, I had it great on the radio. I wouldn't have pauses on mine. I'd pause it for the commercial.
That was next
And then
level.
wait.
Wow.
And so what I love about this one, it's no paint. We actually just took strips of construction paper and just stuck it on, a poster board. You can use those boxes. And my favorite part, see this
The
little
broken tape.
Yeah, the broken tape that
that's
always
clever.
tangles and
what's
comes
on it.
out. That little. I spent half my time with a pencil rolling it back in.
That's really cute.
Okay, awesome. Thank you,
And then, by the way,
Kevin.
the headband, it's nice touch.
Yeah, very
I love
nice
that you're
touch,
jamming all the way
right?
down.
I know.
Those 80s.
Music
And
in his
last
head.
but not
A
least.
group costume, Chassie?
These are glamorous party animals.
Ba-dum-bum.
Fabulous. Our Araceli, Emily, Allie, and Brooke. And so, this is a great opportunity to use that old bridesmaid's dress. Our producer, Caillou, that is Emily's wearing her bridesmaid's dress or your favorite party dress.
That's
and
awesome.
then we DIY'd some of these little animal headbands. And you would be surprised what you have lying around your house. Allie's, this is my leopard sock, and we just taped 2 pieces of fabric together, and you put tape them in between them.
Oh, look at that.
A little pipe cleaner, and you just wrap it around. They're all made the same way. Now, Brooke is wearing the bunny. This is my son's Sherpa sock that I stole.
Oh, wow.
And you just cut it out in a bunny shape.
Your son
And
got
then
massive feet.
these beautiful antlers that Emily's wearing. That's actually just.
Can we bring everybody back on? Or is
Yeah.
it-
That's so creative.
That was great.
Please, my beautiful friend Ciara, who is a master crafter, help me get this together. But anybody
These are
can
really
do
great
this.
last minute
Yeah,
This might be my favorite of all time.
I'm telling you.
Easy
Let's show everybody one more time out
Thank
there.
you.
Yes,
Cassie,
so
thank
cute. Thank you, guys.
There you go.
I love this.
Well,
really
if that
cute.
didn't get you into the Halloween spirit, our entertainment roundup should give you goosebumps. That's right, the best new spooky shows and movies to watch tonight. Third hour of today, I'll be right back. Was the night, the eve before Halloween, and all through the night, all the creatures were emerging. It gave us a fright. Okay, at least that's how you feel after watching all of the spooky shows and movies in our entertainment Halloween roundup. NBC News entertainment contributor Chris Witherspoon. Yes, in the dark. Now, in the light, scared up some good ones. Good to see you, my friend.
Oh, my God.
That was the most elaborately produced intro I've seen ever. Well done.
Well, thank you.
Way to go, control room.
That's right. Well, let's start with your first pick.
Oh, you're not going to use the voice.
I may. I don't know.
Wait, are you British?
I don't know what I am. It's for you to figure out, for me to find out.
Oh, my God.
Anyway, coming from the creator of The Haunting of Bly Manor, this one based on Edgar Allan Poe.
Yes.
Tell us about The Fall of the House of Usher.
Yes, The Fall of the House of Usher. You guys, this is Succession meets Edgar Allan Poe, based on a short story he wrote in 1839. It recounts the rise to power of this guy named Roderick Usher, this powerful CEO of a pharmaceutical company, and his 6 children, the heirs to the Usher dynasty, who all sort of die unexpectedly. It's very dark. Mike Flanagan did this show called The Haunting of Bly Manor and Haunting of Hill House. It's from the same creator. Yes, it is. It's the same vein, but again, it's very Succession, very creepy. Also, Mark Hamill was in the show. Luke Skywalker, random, right there. He plays this very creepy family fixer named Arthur Pym. It's so good. You can watch it on Netflix.
Scary?
Yes,
it's very scary. Very scary.
All right, this next one's based off the super popular kids book series Goosebumps. I love this. Is a little different from the 1995 adaptation, or no?
Yes, it's very different.
Okay.
So it's based on this very popular R.L. Stein book series. He wrote about 62 books over the course of 5 years in the 90s. This one's 5 high school students who set out to solve the death of a teenager who died in the 90s. And they wind up unearthing all these secrets about their parents, their past. It stars Justin Long, Rachel Harris, and Zach Morris, not the one from Saved by the Bell, a British actor. But it's really, really good. I think a lot of young fans are being reintroduced to this series.
Tell us about Hocus Pocus.
I mean, come on. You can't go wrong with Hocus Pocus this time of year. There are 2 you can watch right now on Disney+. SJP, Bette Midler, Kathy Najimy, and the one that came out last year, you guys, it broke records for Disney+. It was the most watched original film that they ever had debut. And guess what? There'll be a Hocus Pocus 3 coming out. It's in development right now.
As there should be.
Yeah, this show, or the film, when it came out in 93, it wasn't a huge hit. It came out in July. And it was not a huge hit, but the following and buzz every year built up, and now it's like one of those ones you can't miss.
All right.
Totally.
Creepy Chucky, the doll that everybody's
I was watching this last night, you guys.
Really?
Chucky, it's now in season 3. It's a series. You might recall the film came out 35 years ago in 88. I know it's been a minute now. So there's been 8 films since, but now it's a series. It stars this great actor, Zachary Arthur. But this time, y'all, Chucky ain't dead. He's going to the White House. Really crazy because Chucky's at the White House. It's a national alert. He's in the White House. A great cast again. Zachary Arthur. Brad Dourif, who's 73. You guys, he's the original voice of Chucky. He's in this series. Yeah.
I'm mad Chucky's in the White House.
I know. I watched it last night. It's actually really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the 100th Saw movie that's out?
Shut up.
Was that shade? It's Saw X. This is the 10th Saw movie. It's the direct sequel, you guys, to the one that came out in 2004. And the serial killer, John Kramer, he hopes to find this cure to his terminal illness. So he goes to this facility. It's a big old scam. So you know what he does. He brings out Jigsaw. And it gets back to the very gory, bloody, mess that we know Saw to be. But to your point, it is the 10th one. And it's the best reviewed Saw film so far in the franchise. It's made $80 million. Folks are loving it.
Wow.
So there might be an 11th.
Is it only in theaters or can you stream that?
It's only in theaters right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I feel like Jordan Peele has just crushed the whole.
I mean, there's I'm calling it a trilogy. I mean, you can watch watch Get Out, you can watch Us, Nope, they're all streaming. To me, he's an entire genre. And when you watch these, you end up finding new things every time. But you can watch them all. They're streaming.
Get him, Grandpa.
Come on.
And no.
Can we do the voice again?
Please don't. I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Oh my God.
Happy Halloween.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Your favorite Halloween movie?
Oh gosh.
Your favorite Halloween movie?
There was
Favorite Halloween movie?
one Halloween we watched all the Halloweens.
There you
What's
go.
your favorite?
That sounds fun.
Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein.
What?
That's your favorite
doesn't
Halloween?
count.
It is.
This is my first drive-in movie was Jason. All right, up next, if you're...
You went to a drive-in?
Yes, I did. With Aunt Trish and Uncle Val. Do you guys remember that? All right, up next, if you're scared of the term cross-training, don't be. Stephanie Mansour is here, and some of our Start Today members are here to show us how to add it to our walking routines. We'll be right back.
You got old.
All right, so if you want to run or walk a little faster, the Start Today November Challenge is for you. Just scan that QR code for a 31-day cross-training challenge designed to help keep you safely increasing your speed.
All right, so here to show us how today, fitness contributor Stephanie Mansour and 2 Start Today community members. We have Melissa Del Valle Ortiz and Sue Levitt. Good morning to all of you guys.
Ladies.
All right, so let's start with cross-training. Just talk a little bit about what that exactly means and then why you decided to focus on that for this month.
You know, if you're walking or running, you're going forward, right?
Yep.
But we're going to train our bodies to move side to side, front and back, up and down.
Why?
Because research shows that when we add strength training and cross-training, different types of training that you're used to, you actually improve your cardiovascular health more than if you were just to walk or run. Yes.
Okay. All right.
So this is Sue. Sue, thanks for coming in. Thanks for
you.
being a part of our Start Today community. So Sue, she works in dog rescue, lives here in New York City, and I understand that there was a period not long ago where you could barely walk.
Exactly, for 3 years.
That's all in the past now, though.
Surgery, and now starting up with Steph.
Oh, I love
It's all the
that.
difference.
All right.
So,
What's your question for Stephanie?
Stephanie, I do fun work in rescue, but I also sit at my desk a lot, and I don't get to get out and take my walks. What can I do to cross-train at home, in my home office.
Yeah, you know, so many of us are seated all day, every day, right? So what we're gonna do is a strength training but mobility exercise too. So we're gonna place hands behind the head and we're gonna start stepping over to this side here. So take a side lunge step, so bend that knee. Nice job here, Sue. Weight on the heel, we're gonna come back to center, then we're gonna lift that same leg up and do a cross. So a little bit of balance. You feel that in your core too? All right, so we're stepping to the side, feeling a stretch in that standing leg. Yeah, good. I'm glad, Craig.
Stretch.
Come to center and then cross, work the abs. Good. So we do 10 to one side and then we do 10 to the other side. And again, we're working on stretching and strengthening as well as engaging the core so that we have better posture while we're sitting and also walking and running. Great job.
Okay, that's a good one. Okay, I like that. Working in a whole bunch of things.
Yeah.
This is Melissa here. Melissa, you're a breast cancer survivor. You served in the U.S. Army. Thank you so much for your service. Why do you walk?
So I walk as part of my rehabilitation post-surgery to really help stimulate my lymphatic system and stay just in basic shape.
Yeah, so what's your question for Steph?
So my question for Steph is, a lot of women in the walking clubs that we started had post-mastectomy issues, and so how can they strengthen their pectoral muscles?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I always say before you start any workout routine, check with your doctor. But for us, since you want to build these muscles up here and stretch, we're going to do what's called the bird dog. So we're going to come down on hands and knees. Yes. And we have a modification here for Sue too, and anyone else that doesn't want to get down on the ground. I'll explain that in a second. But for this, hands and knees, good. Shoulders lined up over the wrists, so just shift forward a tiny bit. Perfect. Knees open as wide as the hips, abs in tight, and we're going to extend one arm forward. Go ahead, so you can lift that arm up. Good, and then we're gonna extend the other leg back. So balancing here, alternate arm, alternate leg, and then lower down. So extending the other arm forward, reaching back through the leg, nice, abs in, and come to center. Let me see this one more time, because a common mistake is we're not pulling those abs in tight and really puffing the low back up towards the ceiling. Perfect. So that's how we get that core engagement, and you can keep going here. We're gonna do one arm forward.
The muscles in here too?
Exactly, yes. But
it's also good for your core.
It is great for your core. It's great for anyone with low back pain, anyone looking for more balance. And again, if you can check yourself out in the mirror, guys, you want to make sure the arm is straight and the leg is straight too, and you're in one straight line. You don't want one leg up really high and one arm up like this. You want to keep those abs in, maintain the integrity of your posture, and this really teaches your body to work together in sync and helps you to be able to walk with less pain, run even faster because you're more elongated, you're stretched out. Feel okay?
You already feel it, huh?
Did I give you what you wanted?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good.
So those exercises and more will be on the workout plan.
Yes, that's right. Head over to today.com/start today. And also tomorrow on Facebook, if you're in our Facebook group, we've got our live workout with all these exercises. So go to Facebook and type in Start Today.
And thank you guys as well.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Tomorrow, it's our big Halloween spooktacular. You don't want to miss the big reveal. We cannot wait.
Who are you going to be?
Hoda and Jenna are up next. Bye-bye. It kind of threw me off.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Today, a story of perseverance. A mother and daughter whose love and support for each other helped them through their breast cancer journeys. Plus, wellness and fitness expert Allie Lubb shares tips to help you stay motivated and gear up for the cold weather. And we're talking about the big birthday surprise for singer Ciara from her NFL superstar husband Russell Wilson. We've got all the sweet details.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Got in your pocket? Hey, everybody! It is Halloween Eve. It is Monday, the 30th day of October. Tomorrow is the big reveal.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, tomorrow.
Oh, yes, it is.
Halloween. Are you excited?
I'm looking forward to it. What about you?
We have good costumes.
We do.
They're gonna be a lot of fun.
They're going to be fun. I feel like we all need some joy. There was some sad news over the weekend, the loss of Matthew Perry.
I mean, everybody remembers him as Chandler Bing on Friends, and you remembered like his acerbic wit, how he had that timing, how he was just that person. But he also had a very complicated life, struggles with alcohol and drug addiction, which he chronicled himself in his memoir.
Yeah, he was very open, and I think, you know, he wanted to be open so that he could share his story because he wanted others who had dealt with addiction issues to be able.
You forget what he went through. I mean, he talked about drinking from the age of 12. He said he could look at different scenes and different shows and movies and say, that was my addiction to alcohol, that was drugs, that was this, that was that. Like, he knew where he was, and it seemed that he had come out on the other side, and he was helping people with their addiction issues. It was just, there's something about that, someone that age who meant so much to so many people.
Yeah,
right?
and he because he wrote that memoir, he got to share how he wanted to be remembered. Take a look.
The dreams now, the best thing about me, bar none, is if somebody comes up to me and says, I can't stop drinking, can you help me? I can say yes and follow up and do it. That's the best thing. And I've said this for a long time. When I die, I don't want friends to be the first thing that's mentioned. I want that to be the first thing that's mentioned. And I'm going to live the rest of my life proving that.
Wow.
So sad.
I know.
You know, it's interesting because my dad quit drinking when I was 5. I don't remember him ever drinking in front of me, although, he did. And it's interesting what having somebody that's had alcohol issues in your family does for conversation. I feel like probably some households were discussing Matthew Perry and keeping it quiet in front of the kids. And we,
talked about
said it's so sad. And Mila said, well, why is it so sad? He was a comedian. Everybody loved him. Why?
Yeah.
And I said, Mila, he dealt with a lot of addiction issues. And he couldn't quit drinking. And I feel like, and I'm no parenting expert, but I do feel like we have to talk to our kids about what alcohol and drugs, not glamorize it, because they can see that too on TV.
Well,
they can see that.
There's such a weird thing, I think, with kids, and when it comes to like, oh, here's a mock drink for your kid. It's like a mock, and isn't it cute and funny? While you have your drink, they have the, there's something that normalizes all of that stuff, which I do think is strange, but I do agree that I think when there is something like that, to have a conversation about it. And if you can't say it, like anything that's a secret, is going to be a problem.
And shame and shame.
Yeah.
And I want, I want the opposite of being 12 and feeling so alone that you're, or whatever, that you're drinking like that. I want them to know that if there's alcohol, that it is not good for you, and especially for children, so that they can.
There are so many studies that even show that one drink a day, like if you even do it that way, because they were doing all those brain studies even on grown-ups, like what happens to you in your 60s, your 70s, if you've been doing that, and if you want to stay like sharp and on it. Anyway, how was your weekend? Speaking of that.
Wow. Well, it's Halloween, so 'tis the season.
You had a little gathering.
We had a Halloween hang.
How was it?
It was
fun. So funny?
It was fun. So Hal was dressed up.
Wait, hold on. Is Hal?
Hal is not part of that.
Oh, where is Hal? He wasn't there.
Hal is not in there.
There's you and Henry. Oh God. Oh my gosh.
I know.
Wait, what? Whose station wagon is that?
That's ours.
You still have that?
Mm-hmm. Henry has to restart it about every other day, but
I love that.
It was fun. Hal dressed up as a fire tiger, so I dressed up as fire. And he kept following me around the house with the hose going, I'm putting you out. I'm putting you, I know. All of that whole sentence sounded strange.
Oh my God, I love that.
What about you? How were your girls?
My girls had so much fun. My oldest, Haley, was dressed up as Princess Peach with Mario. That's
Did
her
y'all
class.
see the Mario movie?
No.
Okay.
But we went, that's actually a Glinda the Good Witch costume, but she told me she was Princess Peach.
Okay.
So anyway, they literally walk around a block.
They do
all
a
the
parade.
kids. It's the best parade. And Hope's too young to be in the parade, but she dressed up as a butterfly. And we got to watch her sister. And we had another parade in town in the place where we go. It was just, you know what it was? It was just really, really fun.
Making memories.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. It
is
cool.
interesting, though. Henry mentioned this. He's like, when we were little, Halloween was one day.
I know, nobody.
We had Halloween.
That
was it. Now it's like you wear the costume to school, you do a Halloween parade, then you go to this thing,
and then you walk in that parade, and then it's trick-or-treating. The costumes are going to be right by
the time
Tuesday,
Halloween
tomorrow.
actually gets there.
And when do you guys trick-or-treat on Halloween?
We like to go around 4 or 4:30.
Yeah, that's us. So you go, you get all the stuff.
But I mean, my last Zoom goes to 3:45, so I'm going to have to.
Oh, and I have a suggestion for anybody who has issues with their kids and either allergies, they can't have candy for whatever reason. There's a great thing people are doing, which I've learned about. It's called the Switch Witch. So you take your kid, if your kid's not allowed to have candy for whatever reason, what kind of health issues, you take the candy and they hand it in. And then you tell them that the Switch Witch is coming, and the Switch Witch really does exist. And then when they come back, there is a basket full of different kinds of little toys.
Oh.
And it's exciting because the Switch Witch is going to come to our house. And I told Hope, the Switch Witch is coming. So she's so excited.
Get all of...
Yes. So
who knows what the Switch Witch will bring?
Who knows? So if you have any issues, because sometimes Halloween's hard for some kids.
It is.
But you know what? It's not.
Look at you making a Switch. The Switch Witch is making it creative.
I'm so excited.
And fun. I'm going to see if I have anything.
Wait. Yeah. You'll find something.
Oh, that's so cute. Okay, well, Ciara just celebrated her 38th birthday, and her husband, Russell Wilson, went all out. He did something I'm very jealous of.
What?
He rented her favorite fast food chain, the Waffle House, just for her. Take a look.
Oh my God. Babe, this is like next level. This is like top. Hey babe, this is like, for sure, one of the most epic things that you've ever done.
Waffle House.
I love you.
Well, I know that pregnant belly wants some waffles and some eggs.
Yeah, I need all of that.
Oh my gosh. And her friends were there. There were balloons, there were donuts and eggs and all the things.
By the way, that is the most genius, beautiful, thoughtful, loving. Like it's all the things.
Where would you go?
I would go, you know what, because I have such a strong childhood memory of this place. There was a place called Friendly's.
Yes.
Y'all ever heard of Friendly's?
Yeah.
Y'all,
we sure have.
Friendly's is so awesome.
What would you eat at Friendly's?
We used to get all the banana boat, the thing, the split with all the, you could get everything and anything, but to shut down Friendly's and to be able to have your way with it, Can you imagine?
Have your way with it.
What would yours be?
Taco Cabana.
Oh, yeah.
Taco
yeah,
Cabana
yeah,
is the
yeah,
mecca
yeah, yeah.
of queso and tortillas that are like biscuits. They're bean and cheese. They're bean and cheese tacos. They're breakfast tacos.
What do you mean they're like biscuits?
They're like biscuit. They're like
Heavy?
fat, doughy biscuits.
Yum. I love it.
They're not great
I
for
love
you.
it.
But
All right.
they have margaritas. It's all great.
This is a big day around here. It's time to announce your new Read with Jenna pick. What is it?
It's almost November. Okay, drum roll, please. The selection is The Sun Sets in Singapore by Cande Fadipe.
Oh,
okay,
my
y'all,
gosh.
it is a gripping novel. You will love this. It is sexy and dazzling. This is a debut novel about a group of 3 best friends who are expats living in Singapore.
Oh, I love that.
A handsome stranger enters the
already
picture.
good. Already good. Then what?
Handsome stranger.
Is it happy or
Chaos.
sad?
It's happy.
Good. We need happy.
Chaos ensues. It kind of throws everything off. But this is, if you want a book vacation, if you want to travel somewhere that is exotic and fun and feel like you're really immersed in the lives of some friends, this book is for
Can we
you.
just pause with 2 words you just said? Book vacation.
Yes.
If you can't take a vacation, take a book
vacation.
You
It's-
just read and you're somewhere else.
It's dazzling.
But wait.
It's fun. It's exotic. It's
Hold
also
on.
about class and racism. It's about friendship and community.
Good. Oh, I love it.
It has everything.
Okay.
All right. So it's out tomorrow.
Okay.
You can go to your local indie bookstore. You can scan that QR code, and we're announcing a new look.
Let's see the new look.
Our book club. See, this is our new.
What?
Right here.
Where?
Logo. Right
Oh,
here.
I love your new logo. Do you have new swag?
Yes, the NBC.
Come on, Mike.
Here, the NBC
Mike's your
shop.
new dad.
Thank you,
Yay,
Mike.
Mike.
It's going to
Okay.
start selling these sweatshirts.
Wait, can I see?
See?
I love it.
And
oh,
then
it's got
in
a
the back.
Wait, let me see. Read
Wait,
with
feel
Jen.
it. It is soft. Oh,
you
thank
got a
goodness.
Good one. You got a good one. Oh, I love how it feels.
It's really soft.
Let's see the size.
Anyway,
oh my God,
don't
Jenna.
you like our logo? It's pretty.
By the way, I love everything about it.
You can have that.
Slouchy
It's for you.
and cozy.
Happy fall.
Love it.
All right, you guys, coming up next, do you have to tell your bestie if you go on a date with her brother?
Oh my God, we're weighing in on Girl Code after this. By the way, it's so, by the way, I love
But
it.
it's your swag for the NBC.
All right, it's time to help out our girlfriends everywhere in a segment we like to call
Girl Code.
Okay, here we go. My good girlfriend's brother recently asked me out on a date. Do I need to tell her about the date, or can I wait till things get more serious?
You need to tell her.
Of course.
Oh, other people said,
Of course you tell, because she's going to find out.
I know. So I
Tell her.
In college, I went out with a friend's brother.
And?
But it was sort of like, college where it wasn't, he asked me out, it just happened. And I didn't tell her because it did not end up being serious, but I always sort of regretted that I didn't.
I do think that if your friend's a very good friend.
Yeah.
And you say, look, I know this might be kind of weird. Please don't weigh in.
Most girls are going to be like, yes, because there's a possibility
that you'll be best
that
in-laws.
you could be in-laws.
So you think tell.
I think tell
too.
and just say who knows where it's going to go.
Right.
It
What if
probably
they
won't.
say, don't go out? I feel weird with you dating my brother.
Well, it just depends how much you like him.
Yeah.
I hate to say it,
I
because
think that she
eventually if it's the right friend, they will be thrilled.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one. I was on a double date with my friend. She went to the bathroom, and I didn't go. She says, I broke girl code. But I feel like that's dated. Do I still have to excuse myself just because she did?
Wait, I'm sorry, the beginning part, was she on a double date?
I'm confused. On a double date, I think one of the girls went to the restroom.
Yeah.
Usually it is fun to go to the bathroom.
Well, because you need to recap what's going on at the table.
And it's fun.
You gotta
it's
go.
something actually evolutionary, because I noticed that when Poppy's like, I need to use the restroom, if we have other kids at the table, all of the
them
kids go. Do you notice that?
I think that I think that she should go to the bathroom with her friend, especially if it's not your boyfriend's.
If it's
just
a
like
new thing.
It's a new thing, and you're like,
You're gonna be like,
hey,
so
I have to go to the ladies' room, and you want someone to go with so you can unpack.
Yes.
Like, what's going on? What do we think?
But I also think if you didn't go and you didn't pick up the cues, that's okay too.
Yeah, she should forgive you.
Yeah.
It's not a serious girl code thing.
No.
I lent Cindy an expensive shirt, and she loaned it to Kim, another friend, and she didn't ask me about that. I want it back. Who should I have to ask for it back? Who should have to ask for it back, me or Cindy? Okay.
I would just put them both on a text. Let's clear up any confusion. Both on a text.
Hey,
y'all.
kids, I need back
Can
my
I have
smiley
my shirt?
sweater. Yeah.
I'd like my smiley shirt.
Back.
Back.
Yeah.
Happy Halloween. Love, Cindy. As both. That way you just get it efficiently.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything so sneaky. What do you think, though, about you, a friend, like if I borrowed a suit from you and I lent your suit to another friend of mine?
So it just totally depends on the person.
Yeah.
I don't care about stuff like
me
that.
either.
Others do.
Yeah. Some people get really sensitive.
I like sharing.
Yeah, and if I lend my clothes, I'm assuming I'm probably not going to see it
Totally.
again. Because
like
probably...
my Taylor Swift shirt that you lent to Jennifer Miller.
Yeah.
Bye.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, I forgot about that.
I don't
By
care.
the way, she loved that
Did she
shirt.
love it?
Loves.
I hope she still has a good use for it.
Loves. You're right.
Right? Because guess what? If I'm going to give it to you, I have to assume that I'll never see it again.
Either way, something's going to get on it. Somehow you're not getting it back in the
How
same way.
many things have you lent me that I've spilled on?
That's the way life goes. If you got good
Jay
friends.
Miller, hope you love it.
All right. If you got a girl code question, tell us all about it. HodaandJenna.com. Hit the connect button.
Coming up next, y'all, how a mother and daughter showed their pink power and helped each other beat breast cancer. You want to see this right after this.
Okay, so here it is. Let's see. The countdown is on.
Tomorrow, it's our big Halloween reveal. Can you guess who will be this year?
And wait till you see the fun and surprises we have in store.
It's going to be a wildly entertaining show.
Don't miss it. Tuesday on Hoda and Jenna.
Now to the story of a mother and daughter showing their pink power together.
Doreen Wesley and her daughter, Madeline Mordarski, are sitting here today because of their unbreakable bond. We're going to speak to them in just a moment. But first, take a look at their journey. At age 55, mom and lifelong Ohioan Doreen Wesley was enjoying a new life chapter in sunny Florida.
I was so excited about being here, kind of restarting the life, being someplace warm.
But just a few months after moving, she received some shocking news. After a routine mammogram, Doreen was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer.
It was a smack in the head. It was just not expected.
Doreen's 25-year-old daughter, Madeline, had just finished business school in London and packed up to be by her mother's side.
I really did not want her to come back. She was making a life for herself. I, of course, relished that she was here with me and helping me, but I was conflicted.
I was really about to launch my career. I was in a relationship, but family at the end of the day was more important than all of that.
For the next year, Madeline helped Doreen get through 16 rounds of chemotherapy, a double mastectomy, and 6 weeks of radiation.
My mom is one of the toughest people that I know. She is so bold and brave. There were moments where, she would be weak, or there'd be moments where I would be afraid because I didn't know what was going to happen to her. You want to help them, and you can't always help someone when they're in treatment. You can be there for them, but you can't take the pain away.
12 months after her life-changing diagnosis, Doreen was declared cancer-free in 2016.
My mindset was, okay, it's gone. We're gonna get healthy and move on with life.
6 years later, breast cancer would again be part of their lives.
I got the news that I had cancer 5 days after my 32nd birthday. I did monthly self-checks because of my mom. And in the beginning of November of 2022, I found a lump. The immediate feeling is it's denial. It's like, this can't be happening, this can't be real. And then there's fear that kicks in.
I got a call, and that call was, "Mom, come." That's all she said. It was far more difficult to hear that she was diagnosed than to hear my own diagnosis. And that's mostly because I knew what she faced. It wasn't an unknown. There was no question that I was gonna be there and care for her as she cared for me. She's my baby.
I just kept thinking about, I'm so thankful for my life. I'm so thankful for the people in my life. I'm so thankful for the experiences that I've had, but I'm not done yet. This can't be it.
Madeline was diagnosed with triple-negative breast cancer, which required aggressive treatment. Because it was caught early, Madeline's doctor says she saved her own life. This past July, Madeline was declared cancer-free.
For us to hear that they had determined that she was cancer-free was probably the best news of my life.
In a lot of ways, I feel like I almost couldn't have done this without you. And so I'm forever thankful.
I'm so proud. I'm so proud.
Okay, there are mothers and daughters watching this show right now who would dream about having a bond like the two of you had. I mean, and to imagine that something so scary was what ended up even bringing you closer than probably you ever imagined. How did your relationship evolve since then?
It's at a deeper level.
Yeah.
So, we had a great relationship before, but cancer brought us to topics that we never would have explored had we not been gone through this together, both her with me and me with her. So, yeah, it gave us a deeper understanding of each other and an appreciation, I think, for each other as well.
Madeline, one of the things that's so breathtakingly beautiful about this story is that you were in London, you were starting your career, you heard your mom's diagnosis, and you flew home.
Yeah.
You wanted to make sure you could dedicate your time to her. And then when you needed her, she was there for you. What was that? What has that time been like for you?
It's time with my mom that I never thought I would have had, because, you hope that something like this never happens. But when it does, you have to make the most of it. And you can't wait until life is perfect to be happy and to spend time with family. And so that really it forced us in the best way to be there for each other.
Madeline, I want to ask you something about your mom, because in every single picture that I saw, whether she was doing chemo or whether she was holding you or whether when you were a little girl, she always has the smile on her face, no matter what or where. That must have been with her long before this journey. Tell us about your mom.
She is the toughest person I know. We actually went for dinner last night. We were talking about her raising me, she wanted to make sure that I knew I could do anything I wanted to put my mind to and do it with a smile and, don't let people tell me no. And so I kind of got that from her. And so it's this like will to live and make the most out of life and to do it.
And there's joy in the middle of all of this. I felt it through the screen.
Yes. Oh, and you're cancer-free.
I'm cancer-free.
What are you looking forward to now?
More life. More life, giving back. I think, I loved my life before cancer, but now I just have such an appreciation for people that are going through it. And I get to do the things I used to love to do and then also help others.
Well, I know one of the things you love to do, both of you, is to travel.
Yeah.
And so we want to send you both on a mother-daughter trip to Dreams, My Cow, and Punta Cana, Dominican Republic for 5 days, 4 nights.
Let's go!
All-inclusive stay, dozens of restaurants, bars, shows, lazy river, theme nights, all the things, plus an $1,000 airfare credit. So you guys can have a dream trip, just the two of you together.
We hope you all have fun. Take pictures for us.
Send photos. Enjoy it.
Thank you guys so much. Wow, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. All right. Coming up next, Allie Love has the gears, got some tips to get you motivated each morning right after this. Allie's trying to-
Punta Cana, let's go. Now to our series, With Love. And if you're finding it harder and harder to get up and get going as the weather gets colder and it's a little darker, we have got your Monday motivation.
Yeah, we've got her sitting right here today. Contributor Allie Love's here with some of her best tips and gear to help you stay on track. So what happens when you open your eyes in the morning?
Oh my gosh.
There should be something we do initially to kind of get moving.
Yes.
So what's your number one tip right when you wake up?
Well, most times I pray as soon as I wake up and I hydrate. But as we know, you said colder, darker. I'm like your wellness wing woman who is kind of annoying in the morning and that I thrive early morning.
Yeah.
But not all of us are morning people. And that's okay. However, most of us do have to get up early.
Yeah. So what are you have some good tips that I've never seen before.
And these are practical reminders that we often forget. The first thing that comes to mind is your alarm clock. When you put, oh my gosh, sometimes that noise triggers me and I'm like,
100%.
Yes.
No one wants that.
No.
What should we have?
I think that in the darker seasons, you put on your favorite song or your new jam that's boosting your
Can you do that on your
Yes.
You can.
So you're waking up to a tune that makes you feel good.
I have one called By Thy Grace, which is a great
that's
song.
a beautiful song.
It kind of leads you on. What's your go-to?
I have one, it's called Good Time by Nico. We can play it.
Wait, I want to hear.
We just trying to catch a good time.
Yes, right.
This is our favorite combo.
Yes.
Actually, have you played this on one of your rides? I have. I've danced with you to this on the bike.
This is your dancing on the bike.
Do you like that?
Yes. No, you see, it's waking up to something that feels good. See, land, delight.
Yeah, it motivates you.
Exactly. So, and then don't press snooze. We hear this all the time, but just a friendly reminder because you get a little cranky when you press snooze.
Yeah.
So keeping that in mind. And if you're wondering, well, Allie, I wake up early. How much time should I give myself? Well, if you're working out, give yourself only 15 minutes if you're morning worker outer. The reason for that, you're going to negotiate not working out if you have
have too much time on
Yeah.
your hands.
And what you do something else that Hoda and I both do as well. Lay out your clothes.
Yes, lay out your clothes. I mean, kids do it when they go to school.
We need it.
Right? Adults do the same thing.
Talking about cute clothes.
Yes, finding cute clothes that are efficient during this time. It's cold, it's dark. You
For
want
working
something
out.
that's functional, sweat wicking, keeps you warm, but also cool as
Like
you're going
it.
outside for a run. And I often say, they ask, would you rather look good or would you rather feel good? And I say, why not feel good about the way you look?
Yeah, you can do
You know
both.
what I mean? Yeah.
I
So this
like
is a
that.
cute
This feels really
And you're
great.
right, it is true. When you have a nice outfit, you kind of want to work out a little bit more.
Okay, you're obsessed with matcha. I love a matcha latte.
I know that we are a certain kind of people. Like, we're a certain group, right? Coffee lovers are like, I don't know about this matcha. Here's the deal. Antioxidants. It's great in terms of a long release of caffeine throughout the day, so it doesn't give you that spike. But more importantly, it gives you more concentration.
make it?
I make it. I
So how
put
do
a
you
little
do?
bit of matcha, ceremonial grade, in a bowl, a hot water at 170 degrees. I whip it up. It's super easy. You can have it with oat milk. You can have it as a latte.
Does this have a
before
milk?
or after workout? Let's see. What do we have?
It tastes
Am I
like
just-
grass, but I like it.
Yeah, yeah.
Honestly, I almost spit out my matcha on that one. That was funny.
Why? But there's no caffeine in it?
There is
It is.
caffeine,
Oh,
but
did
it's
you
a
say that?
slow release.
Oh, a
It's
slow
green
release.
tea-ish. Green
Yeah,
tea-ish.
so they instead of like steeping
Okay,
it crushes
finally,
it up.
we're heading out of the door. You
I
don't
love a vest.
Here, put this on.
Oh, put this on.
Give it to me.
I love it.
Is it size small?
So, okay, here's
No,
the
it's not.
deal. This one,
Big
if you
girl.
are a muted color kind of person, you have green. But a pop of color goes a long way. And gals,
That's
you do this.
cute on
Look
you.
at you. Look at you.
And it's cropped.
And it's cropped. It's convenient. It's trendy. It's transitional.
Wait, why is
You
it cropped?
Why
Just
is it?
because?
Do you, I like something longer, do you?
But maybe if you're
No.
cute and
Here,
cool, you could do that. Let
Hoda,
me
you
see.
won't be the only one. Let me put it on.
Let me see.
No,
Okay.
you know what it is I vouch for the brighter color because a pop of color does give you a boost of energy. So when it's dark outside, today,
Yeah.
I mean, look at you in this
I
suit.
wanted
You
to wear
feel
all
good.
black. I did.
Look how cute
But
you
my
are.
husband said, you know what? Put on that pop of color,
it.
girl. Get out there and shine bright.
That's right.
And that's
You're-
what I'm doing, Andrew. I'm shining bright.
Tell your husband.
That's cute on you.
You look adorable.
You're adorable.
And this
All
is cute on
Simple
you. You
tips.
should keep this.
In the morning.
All right. Okay, good. All right, coming up next, Justin Sylvester hits Universal's Halloween Horror Night.
Oh, and by the way, if you like K-pop, stick around. There have been fans outside since 4 in the morning.
We can't wait.
Waiting to see this K-pop group. We're going to visit and say hello to them coming up right after this. We are counting down to Halloween with our Pal E! News host, Justin Sylvester.
We are so excited because he checked out one of the most frightening experiences in Hollywood, and he lived to tell us about it.
Yes, I am alive, but my dating life is definitely dead after everyone sees this piece. I went to Universal Studios Hollywood Horror Nights. Now, every year, the park transforms into the ultimate terror attraction. The theme this year is Never Go Alone. So I dragged along one of my besties, Access Hollywood's Scott Evans, for all the chills and thrills. Monsters and mayhem. Goblins and ghouls. Chuck in, whatever the heck that thing is. It's officially spooky season at Universal Studios Hollywood. and I couldn't wait to run as far away as humanly possible. You guys, I am at Halloween Horror Nights here at Universal Studios. I don't know why I agreed to this, but I didn't come empty-handed. I brought my tennis shoes just in case I have to run. I went ahead and bought an extra pair of underwear because if history repeats itself, I might need them. I also got a headshot with my phone number on it because you never know where you're gonna meet a man at. And last but not least, I told a friend that we were gonna have dinner with Jeff Bezos. I kind of lied to him, but Scott Evans is here to help me walk through this maze by myself.
I am not doing this maze. Jeff Bezos better be in.
No, you are here. We're doing this.
Wow.
Come on.
Wow.
That's what friends are for.
All right, well, let's get to it then. What is this place?
You guys, we are at the first haunted house. Who goes first?
Right, baby, it's in June.
Let's go into it. It's called Monstros, and it's inspired by Latin American monsters. Let's go. Why are we going by ourselves? Oh my God, get me out of here. You guys, this was a really fun time. We have got to wrap it up. All right, you guys, after that first House of Terror,
I can't.
I literally could not bring myself to enter the next one. I can't be crying on today's show, okay? I am freaking out here. So it was time to bring in reinforcements. And guess who we found in the crowd? Petri Bird.
Step forward, please.
We got the bailiff from Judge Judy with us. No monster is gonna mess with this man. We are ready. Yeah. Oh my God. No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let us out. I am done. I don't know how I have survived this night, but we're here at Chucky.
I'm Chucky. Wanna play?
No! We're gonna walk through this and relive all of our childhood traumas. So let's go. There are too many people here. Not the bathroom. Not the old bathroom. No! I remember this house. I can't.
To the end.
You guys, we barely survived Halloween Horror Nights.
Barely.
These underwear came through. Thank God I bought an extra pair.
Thank God.
I want to thank Hoda and Jenna for making this nightmare come through.
Thank them?
Yeah, thank them. Because you're going to do it next year.
Yes.
We are never doing that.
The bailiff from Judge Judy was there?
Happened
That was
to be
so
Guys, he was
Did you feel safe with him there?
No, he literally was a bigger coward than me.
By the way, he seemed like he was terrified.
He was.
I hate stuff like that.
It is terrifying, but it's actually fun, you guys. Halloween Horror Nights. It runs through tomorrow night at Universal Studios Hollywood and Orlando. And don't worry, ladies, I've already booked you guys for a VIP trip
No, you're not
next
tricking
year.
us.
I cannot wait.
I used to have to do that stuff with Chanel and Dylan.
I know, and now you said no more.
I'm never doing it again. But I love you.
Justin, that was awesome.
Thank you,
Such
Justin.
fun, such fun. All right, coming up next, making their US TV debut, K-pop sensation La Seraphim. Coming up after this.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
K-pop girl group Les Seraphim burst onto the scene just last year, and we are thrilled that they are making their U.S. TV debut right here on our show.
By the way, their first studio album, Unforgiven, debuted at number 6 on the Billboard 200, remained on the chart for 8 weeks, and now Les Seraphim is here to perform the new single. It's called Perfect Night. Just for us, by the way, first of all, can you guys each introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, my name is Yoon Jen. You can call me Jen.
I'm Sakura. My name is Eun-Chae, and I'm Kazuha.
Oh, it's so nice to meet you.
By the way, y'all have some fans.
They've been here
I rolled
since
up
it was
and
dark.
Look at this group. All they want is a glimpse, a glance.
Oh
They
my
were like,
God.
oh. But so you're singing this song for us right now. You're a New Yorker, so is it kind of fun to have your group here in the city?
It's an absolute dream. Yeah, it's actually our first time in the States, and my first time in the States after debuting.
Wow.
Amazing is that?
All right, what are you going to sing for us now?
We're singing our new digital single called Perfect Night.
Perfect Night.
All right, ladies,
Let's go.
take it away.
Thank you.
Make sure they can see.
Me and my girlies, we gon' party till it's early. Got me feeling otherworldly tonight. Cutting some traffic, but the radio is blasting Barbarella, and we're saying goodbye. Ooh, by the morning, feel like magic. I got all I need, you know nothing else can be. The way that I feel when I'm dancing with my girls. Perfect energy, yeah, we float, yeah, we free. There's no better feeling in the whole wide world tonight. I don't care what's wrong or right. Don't stop blowing up my light. I care at 11:59, but nothing goes until midnight. Come and take a ride with me. I got a credit card and some good company, so come through. Make it feel real good. We used to start the hoodie way, then on you play. Night to morning, live slow motion. I got all I need, you know nothing else can be. The way that I feel when I'm dancing with my girls. Perfect energy, yeah, we flawless, yeah, we free. There's no better feeling in the whole wide world tonight. I don't care what's wrong or right. Don't stop blowing up my light. I care at 11:59, but nothing comes after midnight. By the morning, feel like magic. I got all I need, you know nothing else can be. The way that I feel when I'm dancing with my girls. Perfect energy, yeah, we flawless, yeah, we free. There's no better feeling in the whole wide world tonight. I don't care what's wrong or right. Don't stop blowing up my light. I can't wait 11:59. Don't stop blowing up my light.
Woo! Way to go! Wow! That was awesome, you guys. Thank you so much. We appreciate you all being here. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congrats. Again, Les Seraphim's hit single, Perfect Night, is out now. I see a lot of downloads happening.
I
as
know,
we speak.
exactly. And we'll be back right after this. Thank you. That was lovely.
Okay, now the
Oh my
fans are.
gosh,
now the fans
look
are
at
happy.
that.
I know, they've been waiting.
They've been wanting.
That's it, one shot through the glass. That's beautiful. Tomorrow, our Halloween extravaganza.
Oh, y'all are not going to want to miss our costume reveals, plus lots of fun surprises, special guests and games.
Who are you going to be?
I'll be.
Oh, yeah, remember?
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Yo, Today All Day, up next on Hashtag Cooking, Sama Dada has the cure to your midday munchies. She's going to whip up 4 easy snacks so you'll always be prepared when hunger strikes. First up, Sama making one of Hoda's favorite sweet treats, dates stuffed with almond butter that can be served hot or cold. Then she bakes up a simple super maple almond granola. And finally, she's making popcorn that's spiced with garam masala. Say bye-bye to butter with a spicy snack.
I'll just say this, okay? If you have a first date with one of these dates, you will be having more. I can't with myself. I cannot go a single day without snacking. Whether I'm at home or on the go, it is simply hashtag always snack time. Honestly, a world without snacking is simply not one I want to live in. So I cannot wait to show you 3 of my favorite weekly snack staples, my delicious stuffed dates, warm and frozen, my Nutty Maple granola, and my delicious Masala popcorn. I love dates, and no, I'm not talking about the romantic kind, I'm talking about the medjool kind. They are my favorite sweet snack to eat throughout the day, and I'm going to show you how to make them 2 ways, warmed and stuffed and frozen and dipped in chocolate. Most dates come with pits, so I've actually already pitted these. I've got about 10 here, so I'm just going to now take them on a little journey to the microwave for about 10 to 15 seconds just to get them really nice and warm and juicy. Who needs a first date or a second date when you have 10 dates ready to be stuffed with almond butter? Warming the dates brings out their already naturally golden and caramel flavor, and then when you stuff them with almond butter, the heat actually allows the almond butter to melt so it gets really nice and gooey and delicious. I really already want to eat one right now. Okay, we're gonna start stuffing them. So I've got a creamy almond butter here. You can also use a crunchy almond butter. You can use a peanut butter, a cashew butter. If there are any nut butters that you're harboring in your pantry, this will be a great time to use them. I'm pretty generous here. I would say I use about a teaspoon to 2 teaspoons just because I like a lot of almond butter, but you can totally choose however amount works best for your life. Because we've pitted the dates, it actually serves as a really nice pocket for the almond butter to just sit in, a little home, you know? It's like this date was meant for almond butter. You know what I mean? Right? Good form, I think. And I'm just gonna continue with the rest of my dates. So actually, Hoda saw this recipe on my Instagram and has now deemed it to be her favorite snack.
You take a date, and remember I told you the whole thing?
Yes.
You nuke it, you put in some dark chocolate and some almond butter.
yeah.
You know what I like? I like the melted chocolate in the peanut buttery nut butter thing with the salt.
So Hoda, if you're watching this, it's for you. You can kind of see how when I put the almond butter inside this little pocket, it starts to melt a little bit and looks so gooey. Oh, it's like a little river of almond butter that I want to swim in. It's a lucky date. I crack only myself up. So for this recipe and a lot of the other recipes I make using dates, you want to make sure you're buying the medjool kind. I'll just say this, okay? You have a first date with one of these dates. You will be having more. I can't with myself. Someone's got to hold me back for making another date joke because it will happen again. Okay, wait, this guy needs a little more almond butter. I'm so sorry I neglected you for a second. Okay. Okay, I am drowning in almond butter. All of my dates have been stuffed with the almond butter. They look really nice. They look ready to go out on a date. I need to stop. I'm done, I promise. Now that I'm done stuffing all of the dates, I'm just gonna top it with a little bit of sea salt, just to bring out that sweetness and balance everything out really nicely. I sometimes also like to use a salted almond butter too, and that's gonna really create that naturally salty sweet combination, which we love. All right, and there you have it. My favorite warm stuffed dates, my coffee companion, my favorite date. In my opinion, you can never have enough dates, so I'm going to show you how to make another recipe using dates. They're frozen, stuffed with almond butter, and then dipped in chocolate. So we've got our dates already pitted, and now we're going to just go ahead and stuff them straight with almond butter. This should feel pretty familiar. Again, we're going to have the almond butter find a nice little home in this pocket that we've created by pitting the dates. And remember, we are going to be submerging these in chocolate, so we want to make sure that we don't overfill it with almond butter so that it gets a bit messy, even though we love a bit of messy chocolate. So sometimes when I look at my freezer and I'm like, where did all of the ice cream go? I make these instead. They're also super quick to pull together and use mostly what you have in the pantry. And if you're not keeping dates in your pantry now, take this as your sign to start. If you have a nut allergy, you can even use a tahini or a sunflower seed butter as well. And then when you're done freezing them, they seriously taste like a candy bar. I know you think I'm crazy, but they do, I promise. I eat them for dessert. I eat them as a snack during the day. There's so many things you can do with them. They really are the perfect date. Dates are the perfect date. They are. I'm sorry. And now for my chocolate. All I'm gonna do is melt it in the microwave with a little bit of coconut oil. This is gonna help it get nice and smooth and glossy. We're gonna do this in 10 to 15 second increments, and we're gonna keep stirring throughout so it gets really nice and smooth. Put that straight in there. Got my spoon at the ready for stirring, and now I'm gonna head to the microwave. Now it is time to take our dates for a little swim in chocolate. I think they're excited about this, I'm not sure. Here's what we're gonna do. Grab a date, just drop it straight into the chocolate. Don't worry, it likes this. Roll it around so that the entire date is coated. Make sure you get that residual chocolate to kind of drip off the sides of the spoon like this. And now we're just gonna place it back onto our parchment paper. And now we're going to chocolate swim and repeat. This is like a very luxurious bath, I have to say, for the dates. Because we've stuffed these dates with almond butter, we want to make sure we're rolling it in the chocolate a little bit gently, just so that the almond butter doesn't come out. It's okay if you get a little messy here. It's part of the game. It's part of the date. No, that wasn't good. Serve this to your next date. That was better, that was good, that was good. Will I ever stop making date jokes after this? No. Don't expect me to stop. No, that's not gonna happen. It's part of my brand now. One final date. Now, just for good measure, I'm gonna add a little drizzle of chocolate on top. It's gonna make it look really pretty. I don't believe in less is more when it comes to chocolate. I think we always need more chocolate. If you don't like chocolate, I want to understand you. Please drop me a line. But also, if you don't like chocolate, that's fine. Like, it's totally okay. But I still want to understand you. Okay. Now I'm just going to top them with a little flaky sea salt. This is really going to bring out that sweetness, balance out the chocolate. It is the perfect combination. I'm using a flaky sea salt as well, so it looks really pretty and a little fancy. Okay, we're salted, and now we're ready for the freezer. Can we take a moment? Look at how cute they look. These dates are ready for their date. Gotta stop making date jokes. Okay. These are honestly so good because of the chocolate, because of the almond butter, and that little flaky sea salt. They seriously taste like a candy bar. America's favorite candy bar. You know what I'm talking about. Plating my hot dates with my frozen dates. We're going on a lot of dates today. They honestly look so good. I love them. You know what? I need to take a picture of these to send to Hoda. I know this is her favorite snack. She's gonna love the chocolate ones too. These dates are fully ready for their close-up. It's almost unfair. All right, got the shot. I think it's time for me to taste. I mean, look at that. It is so good. The dates are so sweet. The almond butter worked so well. That salt, it's making everything come to life. I knew there's a reason why I eat these every day. Now that my dates are done, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Let's keep this between us. Granola is super easy to make at home. I'm gonna get the ingredients so I can show you how. Granola is one of my favorite things to make at home. It's super versatile, so you can eat it solo, just munch on it as you're going about your day, or serve it with your favorite yogurt or milk. I'm going to show you how to make my favorite Nutty Maple granola. For any granola recipe, I like to separate my wet and dry ingredients. We want to make sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated, so that's why I'm going to do this. I've got some melted and cooled coconut oil here, and I'm just going to add the rest of my ingredients. I'm using some of my almond butter. And this is going to serve as a really nice mixture for the oats and nuts and seeds and whatever else we're adding to this granola to really cling onto, so we can get those really crunchy clusters. And clusters are why we're all eating granola in the first place anyway, right? Almond butter is in. To sweeten it up, we're going to add some maple syrup. This is the maple portion of my Nutty Maple granola. Maple adds this really nice golden richness to the granola. It's so good. It's really lightly sweet, so it's not too sweet. I've got all my wet ingredients in my bowl, and now I'm just gonna whisk it until it's nice and smooth. Be careful here. Wear an apron. I don't do it, but you should. We're whisking, and we're whisking. And I just want to whisk this until it's nice and smooth, making sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated. Okay, wet ingredients, we're going to set them aside. They're going to hang out for later. And now I'm going to get to work on my dry ingredients. Because I like to maximize the presence of clusters in my granola, it's very important to me, I'm going to crush my nuts before I add them into my oats. So in order to do this, all you have to do, add your nuts into any sort of bag, take a rolling pin or even a bottle, and just get your stress out, like this. You can also roll them if you're more delicate, but I'm really going for it today. I promise I'm a very patient person in general. We want them to be coarsely crushed, but it's okay if we have some bigger or smaller pieces because it's nice to have some texture with our granola. We like the crunch. Okay, I've got my bowl of oats right here. And now I'm just gonna add all of my dry mix-ins in. Adding my pecans in here. My stressed pecans, the result of my stressed pecans. I should also say that if you've got any nuts or seeds that have just been hanging out in your pantry for a little too long, this is a great opportunity to use them up. I'm adding some almonds in now. Just gonna use some cinnamon here. You can also use some nutmeg if you'd like, really whatever you'd like. And then we're gonna add a little pinch of salt. And now I'm just gonna fold in all of my dry ingredients together. Make sure everyone gets to know each other. It's very friendly granola. Now that I've mixed all of my dry ingredients together, I'm just gonna add in my wet ingredients and mix everything together. Okay. Here we go. It's very aesthetically pleasing. This wet mixture is really what's gonna help this granola have clusters, so I like to make sure when I am mixing both the wet and dry ingredients together that everything is really nicely coated. Okay, listen closely. The really important thing when you're making granola is to make sure that everyone has some personal space. So we wanna make sure that all of the oats and nuts in this entire mixture is spread out in a very even layer so everyone has room to breathe. By spreading everything out, we're also gonna make sure it bakes in a very even and crisp layer. And we're just patting everything down really gently, spreading it out nicely. We don't want to pat anything too hard to crush any of the nuts. Now that everything is spread out, I'm just going to go bake in the oven at 325 degrees for about 30 to 40 minutes. While our granola is baking, we want to make sure that we're stirring it every 10 to 15 minutes so we can ensure an even and crisp bake. Spread it out evenly again, and then back in the oven we go. The secret to super crispy, crunchy, clustery granola is actually letting it cool completely before you break it apart and serve it. I know it's tempting, but just don't touch it for a little bit, okay? This granola is completely cool, so now I'm just gonna break it apart and add it to my plate. I mean, you just can't. You can't say no to this. This is crazy. Look at how crunchy. The clusters are what I live for. It's the only reason I eat granola. Like, this is the most satisfying thing to me, ever. I will break it apart though, just a little bit. We want to maintain those clusters though. I'll take granola over a granola bar any day. That's just me. And did you see how easy it was to throw this together? You literally just combine both your wet and dry ingredients and you've got this super delicious, one pan, amazing granola. And look at this bake. It's so even, so golden and crispy. Okay, it's time for me to taste. I'm waiting to dig into this cluster this entire time. Lightly sweet from the maple syrup, not too sweet, so it's a perfect breakfast companion. Or honestly, you could eat this at any time of the day. You could even top ice cream with this. It's a really nice, crisp, golden layer on top of some vanilla ice cream. Sign me up. You know what? My dad loves this recipe. I make it for him all the time. I'm gonna send him a picture so he can be a little bit jealous of me in it too. So he can remember my face. He knows what I look like. He's gonna be so jealous. So good. Speaking of my dad, this next recipe is inspired by him and something he used to make all the time. So I'm gonna go grab the ingredients and start popping some popcorn. This is a variation of a popcorn recipe that my dad used to make all the time. Poor guy. My mom, my sister, and I would always steal some before he could even have a single kernel, so I guess this is redemption for him. I'm gonna show you how to make your popcorn really delicious, really flavorful with this spice-infused olive oil mixture. So I've already popped my popcorn, and now I'm just heating my pan on medium-low heat, and I'm gonna add a little bit of olive oil. You can use your favorite spices here, but I'm gonna use one of my favorites, which is some garam masala. This is a really common blend of Indian spices, and it's really delicious, really warming, creates a very savory flavor in this popcorn. I'm gonna add this straight to my oil, along with some cayenne pepper. This is gonna take it up a notch in the spice department because I like things very spicy. Finally, I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. And now all we're gonna do is just stir our spices. Now the reason that we're heating the spices here in the oil is because nobody likes a raw spice. Raw spices are not cute to eat, so we want to cook the spices with the oil so they become fragrant, they become aromatic, and it just infuses a lot of flavor into your popcorn. I was so obsessed with popcorn in college, I'm pretty sure it's the only reason I made it through. I would just snack on it like all the time. Got me through my exams. Thank you, popcorn. It's done so much for me in my life. And you want to make sure you continue to stir your spices in with the oil so it doesn't burn. We're only doing this for about a minute or so until you smell that delicious aromatic spice smell. You don't want it to smell too raw. When you allow the garam masala to cook in this oil, you can really smell all of those individual spices, the cumin, the cloves, the coriander. It smells so fragrant. So my spices and my oil smells really aromatic. I've cooked it for about a minute. Now it's time to just drizzle it over my popcorn. Okay. There we go. I'm just gonna shake it up so everything is fully incorporated in here. Now I'm gonna drizzle it over my popcorn. It smells so good. Now I'm just gonna toss it so that everything is well incorporated. This is just a really great way to make a flavor-infused popcorn so that you're not just going with the plain salt, you're not just going with the plain butter, there's a little something extra going on. Now that my spices are fully incorporated in my popcorn, I'm gonna add a little bit of nutritional yeast. This adds a very cheesy and savory flavor to the popcorn without actually adding any cheese. Mix that in a little bit. And then I'm gonna finish with a little pinch of salt. I have to show my dad that I made this. It's a little bit better than his. Don't tell him. I'm so mean. It smells so good. I seriously wish you could smell it. I cannot wait to dig in. So I'm just not gonna wait. I'm going to dig in. Oh, come on. Okay, this might be dramatic, but I don't think I can eat regular popcorn ever again. It's so good. And again, you can use your favorite spices here. You can even do a little salt and pepper, a little garlic powder. Really make it your own, but just know that I have a feeling you will not go back to regular salted popcorn. Butter? Who is she? It's so good. It's really good. You guys should try this. The next time you get a snack attack, all I have to say is just don't panic. Remain calm. Make these 3 recipes, they're so delicious and the best way to keep your days going. Whew. Hey guys, super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. #cooking is back. So tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven. I gotta go. See you later.
Say Today All Day, I don't know about you, but I love pecan pie. But why is it we only get to eat them on Thanksgiving? Well, Samadada. and her baking buddy, Chef Samantha, have reimagined the classic holiday pie for any time of the year. Sama is serving up vegan mini pecan pies that make a perfect sweet snack. And then Samantha makes a stunning maple nut tart that is truly a work of art. It's all coming up next on #Cooking.
So we're just stirring
Oh gosh,
and cooking.
Sama, it smells so good already.
Doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Don't you want this in a candle?
I do. Sama's gonna start making
I'm
candles.
gonna start making pecan pie candles, baby. I am so excited today because I have one of my dear friends and baking queen, Sam Senaratna, in the kitchen with me today. We are 6 feet apart for obvious reasons, but we are still #baking buddies.
Absolutely.
I am so lucky because Sam food styled my first cookbook and it just looked so beautiful. We really bonded on set and I'm just so excited to have her with me today. We are going to be making our own unique takes on a pecan pie. I am making my favorite mini vegan pecan pies, and Sam is going to be making a more traditional, delicious nutty tart. I'm so excited. So let's get into it.
Let's do it. What are you going to do first?
Okay, so we all know this, that everything is a bit cuter when it's in mini form, right? So today I'm making my mini vegan pecan pies. I find that they're the perfect thing to eat and make when I'm craving a pecan pie, but I want something a little bit more bite-sized and shareable. So the first thing that we're gonna do is make my filling. I've heated my saucepan on medium heat, and now I'm gonna start adding my filling ingredients.
Sounds good. What do you got?
Starting with some coconut oil.
Do you keep your coconut oil in the fridge, or do you keep it at room temp?
I keep it at room temp.
I keep it in the fridge.
Tell me why, Sam.
It lasts longer.
There we go. Pro tips from Sam,
But also,
baby.
I think maybe you go through coconut oil so fast that you don't need to keep it in the fridge.
I go through coconut oil probably like 1 jar a week. So after my coconut oil, I've got my pecan butter. A little fancy today with some pecan butter.
That is fancy.
A little fancy. But if you don't have a pecan butter, you can totally use an almond butter. Now, to sweeten this up, I am using some coconut sugar and maple syrup, my favorite sweeteners. They're unrefined. They also have this very warm and delicious caramel taste. I find that especially for this tart, it's gonna get so caramelly, it's gonna taste almost like a toffee. I'm gonna mix this up a bit. And then I'm going to add some of my vanilla extract.
Delicious.
I'm gonna stir my filling for 10 minutes, and then I'm just gonna let it reduce and thicken and smell really delicious. It will smell like a candle. After we do that, after it cooks for our 10 minutes, we're gonna add our almond flour and our flaxseed meal.
Okay.
So we're just stirring
Oh gosh,
and cooking.
Sama, it smells so good already.
Doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you want this in a candle?
I do. Sama's gonna start making
I'm
candles.
gonna start making pecan pie candles, baby. Before you add the almond flour and the flaxseed meal, you wanna make sure your mixture is reducing a little bit. So you'll notice that it's bubbling up, it's kind of pulling away from the sides of the pan, and then that's a really good time for you to add your flaxseed meal and your almond flour. And it looks like we're there. I'm using an almond flour here just to thicken up the mixture a little bit. And I'm also gonna use some ground flaxseed, otherwise known as flaxseed meal. Do you use this when you
I
make
do
or cook?
sometimes. I have a dear friend that's vegan, so I try to use flaxseed for her egg replacements.
Flaxseed meal adds some fiber, and we love a fiber moment here. We're stirring this up so the mixture gets nice and thick. The almond flour and the flaxseed meal are really what's gonna help us get it there. Doesn't it smell good?
It smells so good. You all wish you were here.
You wish you were here to smell this.
But you're gonna make it at home, so it's gonna be great.
Yeah, you are gonna make it at home, please. You'll love it. Finally, for my filling, I'm gonna add my crushed pecans. You can just crush them with your hands, super easy. But I like adding this because it adds texture to the filling, and my crust is actually gonna be more on the cookie side of the spectrum rather than a traditional buttery crust. So it's nice to have some weight to the filling.
Yum.
Crush it up. It's okay if you've got some big or small pieces. You love texture here. Your tart.
It's all about texture.
It's all about texture. I'm so excited to get there. See how it's kind of thickening up? I'm gonna take this off the heat. Incorporate those pecans, get it off the heat, and then get to work on my crust.
If we don't eat it first.
if we don't eat it all first. So I'm actually going to use flax eggs to help bind the crust. I know flax eggs don't sound very glamorous, but they are super important in vegan and plant-based cooking. So I'm using 2 flax eggs here, which means I'm going to use 2 tablespoons of ground flaxseed meal, and I'm going to add 5 tablespoons of water to it. Make sure you give it a nice stir. And I'm going to let my flax eggs hang out. They can just take a chill pill. And now we can work on the rest of my crust ingredients.
Yum.
Sam's excited. Okay, so I've got my melted and cooled coconut oil and my almond butter here. That's going to serve as a nice base for my crust. I'm going to add my almond butter first into my bowl. I'm using a creamy almond butter here. So I want it to be super basic, kind of a nice cookie crust. Now I'm going to add my melted and cooled coconut oil. This is going to be like my butter for the crust. It's going to be really delicious and rich. I'm going to whisk this together so it becomes nice and smooth. And then, to sweeten this crust up, I'm going to add my favorite, coconut sugar. This is going to complement the coconut sugar that's in my filling too. So good. Now I've combined my almond butter, my coconut oil, and my coconut sugar. At this point, our flax egg should be nice and thick. As you can see, pretty gelatinous. I know that's also not a cute word, but it's true. It's going to help this bind.
Can I see some?
Yes. So you can see how it's kind of thick. Look at that.
So fast.
Sort of like a gel.
Yeah.
So it's going to be nice because this is what's going to help bind our crust instead of an eggs. For my dry ingredients, you know how I said it's going to be sort of like a cookie, cakey crust? The almond flour is really what's going to help it get there. And I'm using almond flour and coconut flour, which I like to do in tandem because coconut flour is so absorbent, almond flour is so dense, so I find it makes a really nice pairing.
Smart.
Whisk that up nicely. And here's where it gets fun, Sam. We get to combine our wet and dry ingredients. I'm gonna just put this straight into here. It smells so good.
Already.
Right?
It really
Already?
does.
Sometimes I find that this needs a little bit of help to come together, which is why I prepared. Got some almond milk. You can use any non-dairy milk you want, but it's just gonna help the crust become nice and smooth.
So in my crust, I would use butter, lots of butter, and flour, and granulated sugar.
Yeah. As you can see, this dough can be really sticky, so make sure you're armed with a spatula to help your whisk out.
You know it though, at home you'd use your fingers.
At home, yeah.
Yeah.
I do use my fingers when I'm at home. You know what? Are we over it? I'm just gonna
get in there.
Just gonna get in there.
They're the best tool you have.
You always say when you bake to trust your body, which is what I love about you. Can you explain this to me a bit more? Is that your baking philosophy, to trust your body?
That's my baking philosophy. That's why you use your hands, right? So you feel it and you smell it and you use all your senses to sort of figure out what to do next.
We really are hashtag
I
baking
know.
buddies. Okay, so it looks like my crust is nice and sticky, well incorporated, which is gonna be perfect because now all we're gonna do is transfer it to my little mini muffin tin.
You know why I like your dough so much?
Tell me, Sam, why you like my dough?
Snack on them because there's no raw eggs.
You know what? It's
I'm
always
a cookie dough lover, so.
It's always a bit of a question on whether or not the dough will make it to the oven for me. So now I've added my crust into my little mini muffin tin. All I'm gonna do is use my finger or my knuckle to create a little bed for my filling to sit snugly on top of, like so. And it's really easy and fun too. You just mold it to the sides of the little mini muffin tin. We're using a little mini cookie scoop to control how much dough we add into the pan so that it's nice and even.
I wish I could help you.
I know, I miss you so much. Oh, I forgot to mention, I did grease this pan with coconut oil, and you want to make sure you do that. Super important because you don't want the pies to stick to the pan.
That would be really sad.
That would be so sad. Now that all of my little cute mini crusts are done, I'm gonna add the filling. Just gonna move this bowl aside. As you can see, this filling has just gotten so thick and it's delicious and it's like a toffee. I'm gonna add it straight into my crust. And it's gonna fit nice and snug in there. Like, they're like little mini tarts, I know. They're so cute. You don't wanna overfill the filling because it will bubble up in the oven when it bakes. So make sure you just level it out. But this guy definitely needs a little more. And see how nice it is that this filling is so textured. It's gonna be so delicious when it caramelizes and cooks in the oven. Finally, just for aesthetics, I'm gonna add a pecan on top of each of these, just to finish it off.
Great.
I can't wait for you to try this, Sam. My little cute vegan mini pecan pies are done, so now they're ready for a little journey in the oven, going in at 350 degrees for about 20 minutes. Yay! Now that it's in the oven, I'm gonna clean this up, and Sam, it's time for you to make your tart.
It's my turn.
So
I'm
excited.
gonna get my ingredients.
Cool.
A classic butter crust is the base for many delicious desserts. It takes a bit of practice to master, but it's worth it. I'm going to show you how to make it. To start, combine flour, sugar, and salt in a food processor and pulse to combine. Now add the cold butter and pulse until the mixture resembles a coarse meal. Then add 3 tablespoons of water and pulse the dough until it starts to come together. You can add a little more water if you need to. Tip the dough onto a piece of plastic wrap and then shape it into a flat disc. Pop this disc into the fridge and let it chill for at least 1 hour or up to 2 days. On a lightly floured surface, roll the dough into a 10-inch circle. Transfer the dough to a 9-inch fluted tart pan and gently press the dough into the edges. For a nifty little trick, run the rolling pin over the top to trim the edges. Pop the tart shell into the freezer for 15 minutes. Before baking the tart, line the frozen dough with parchment paper and fill the inside with pie weights. This step will help our crust keep its gorgeous shape. Bake the shell at 375 for 15 minutes. Remove the weights from the tart shell and bake again until lightly golden, another 10 to 15 minutes. Now your beautiful crust is ready to be filled.
Okay, Sam, you're making this delicious nut tart. I need all of the details. How did you come up with it?
Well, it's based on a classic pecan pie, but I developed this recipe for my dad because he is a lover of nuts. He loves nuts more than anyone in the world, and every time I go to visit him, he wants me to bring something nut related. So that's how this came about.
Cute. What are we doing first?
I think the first thing I'm going to do is chop my chocolate. So this is a bar of dark chocolate. I am not a chip girl. I know that you are. I find that you can buy better chocolate when it's in bars, and you can control the size, and it melts a little better.
It's nice to have texture too, right?
Totally, and I like having all different varying sizes of chocolate, so every bite's a little different.
Ooh.
So now that's chopped. I'm gonna set that aside, and my filling is super easy. We'll just start with 3 eggs. And look how nice and bright those yolks are.
Can you tell us why you crack your egg on the counter, not the bowl?
It's easier not to get any pieces of shell in your bowl when you crack it on the counter.
Little pro tip.
So I'm just whisking this first, and you want to make sure to whisk it really well, because otherwise you'll have these little pieces of egg white in your mixture, which is not pretty.
Not cute.
So we'll mix this really well, and then we'll just add a couple more ingredients. We're going to add some melted butter.
Delish.
Yum.
Delish.
A little bit of brown sugar. And just like you, I'm using maple syrup. I'm from New England, so I feel very strongly about maple syrup.
Very on brand.
So traditionally, pecan pie is made with corn syrup, which is totally fine if that's what you want to use. I prefer using maple syrup because it has such a delicious flavor. And why not add more flavor? And then now my filling is done, I'm just gonna add my nuts. For this tart, I am using 3 different kinds of nuts because that's what my dad would like. I'm using pecans, walnuts, and hazelnuts. You could use any mix of nuts that you want. I'm also keeping them whole. I'm not chopping them because number one, I'm lazy. And number two, I really like the big pieces of nut. I think it looks really beautiful and just crunchy and nice. And you know, with hazelnuts, they usually come with these little brown papery skins. So you want to make sure you remove that before you bake it. You can do that by just putting them in the oven, 375, for about 8 to 10 minutes until you'll see the flaky skin sort of starts to come off the nut. And then you throw it in a dish towel and rub all those skins off. You can also buy them like that if you wanted to.
So why would we be removing the skins?
The skins actually are a little bit bitter. So you really don't want, I mean, a little bit is kind of okay, but you don't want a lot of that in your final tart.
Yeah, we don't want anything bitter.
All right, so that all goes.
Woo! And you're not chopping your nuts.
No, I'm not. I just think it looks really cute when they're all big and luscious.
Texture, baby.
Texture. We love it. Okay, so that just gets tossed together.
This is super simple.
It's so easy. I mean, pecan pie is the easiest pie there is. But you know why I do it in this tart shell? I want the nut filling and the crust to sort of be equal players.
You want like an even ratio.
Mm-hmm. I think crust is really important, so.
Oh, I'm there for the crust.
And, of course, we can't forget to add a little bit of salt. You have to season all your sweets just like you season your savory food. It really brings out all the flavor. In the chocolate goes.
Could you use a different kind of chocolate
Oh
if you
yeah,
wanted?
absolutely.
Okay.
So this is bittersweet chocolate, which is my fave. But you could certainly use milk if you prefer. Okay, this looks nice and well mixed. There's no little bits of egg that haven't been incorporated. It's perfect. So now I'm gonna go on to my crust.
Now, I think I know the answer to this question. I think I know what you're gonna say, but could you potentially use a store-bought pie crust?
No. Ready?
Is it time?
It's time. All right, so I'm adding this beautiful filling. Look at that.
I mean, come on.
It already looks pretty delicious. Caramelly, those big chunks of chocolate, nuts.
I love the plot twist chunks of nuts.
Chunks of nuts.
Yes.
It's like the name of a band. You gotta make sure to sort of spread out your nuts a little bit. And be really careful not to let any of the filling go over the sides because that will make it stick to your tart pan, which is a real bummer.
It belongs in a museum for sure. Like, I mean, artiste.
Well, thanks. Well, as you know, I'm also a food stylist. So you want to make sure to spread everything out so that you don't have chunks of nuts on one side. You know, you want it all to bake really evenly. And you want every person to get every kind of nut in every slice. Okay, I think she's ready for the oven. So I'm gonna ask you to do the honors.
I would be honored to do the honors.
375 degrees for 20 to 25 minutes. You'll see it's like puffed all the way through and golden brown.
I'm on it. I'm on it, Sam. Sam, this kitchen smells amazing.
incredible.
So good. We made it. We took the journey. I'm so excited to try this. Tell me, how would I serve this?
Right, you gotta get it out of that pan first. So I have a little trick to show you.
Yay.
You need a big can.
Okay.
And then you're gonna pick it up and put it on top of the can. And if everything works according to plan, the sides will just fall off.
I'm stressed. Okay. Okay. We can do it. All right. So I'm gonna put it on top of the can.
With the can in the center.
Magic.
I love it.
Magic.
Magic.
Okay.
Now you can put it in your plate.
Beautiful. Look at that, though.
Looks good.
Looks so good. All right. Going on my little plate. Okay. Moment of truth, Sam. I mean,
It's kind of like a cookie now that I'm looking at it.
the Met called. It wants your tart.
You're cute.
Delicious. See, look at all of those whole nuts. I feel like it makes it look so pretty. So cool.
It's very nut forward.
Nut forward. Okay.
It's my turn, Sama.
Yay.
Oh, these look so cute. Ah. They come out so cleanly.
Yay.
They're so, this would be such a good little party snack.
They're
Look how cute
mini,
they are.
bite size. So, you know.
You know what, I'm really into this beautiful caramelized moment, as you would say.
Oh, it's a caramelized moment.
Okay, I'm gonna pick one that has like all that yummy. I wanna see what it looks inside. Look at that. That looks good, Sama.
Thank you.
Yum.
I hope you like it. Good? I'm so happy.
The coconut sugar is so yum.
Right?
That's delicious, Sama.
Thank you, Sam.
It's like rich and chewy and crunchy and coconutty. And
How do you feel about the cookie crust?
I'm into it.
Okay,
I'm
good.
really, I love how thick it is because it's like
It's luscious.
luscious. That's what it is.
Luckily, there's a huge piece of that delicious chocolate right here. This is what I'm going for. I mean, Tim, you shouldn't have, but you did.
For you.
I mean, the chunky nuts are like the perfect complement to the melted chocolate. And the crust?
Butter. Butter is good.
I mean, oh my God. This makes me really happy that we're baking buddies.
Now we can be eating buddies.
I have a request.
Tell me.
Can we bake together more often?
All the time.
Amazing. Great. Sam, I think we have to document this moment so we can remember to do it more often.
Of course.
And take a picture, or a few. You can never have too many. All right, ready?
Yes.
Okay, we need to get the tarts in there.
Easy.
Yeah, oh, perfect. Yeah, that's good.
Good.
Yay! Sam, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank
you are
you.
my OG baking buddy, and I'm just gonna continue to enjoy this.
Yeah, me too,
for
girl.
myself.
Let's do it.
I love us.
Ditto.
I mean, we're so good. We're so talented.
So talented.
Super modest, super humble, but this is really good.
It's good. It's good. Thanks, Sama.
Thank you.
Oh, today all day, looking for a hot and delicious date? Who isn't? Up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadada is taking you on a date with dates. And it'll be hard not to fall in love. First up, she's making the perfect sweet and salty snack, Miso almond date bites. Then she's gonna whip up a creamy date shake. And then to top it off, a French toast smothered in a gooey date caramel.
I do get hangry sometimes, shockingly. You would think because I'm always cooking I never get hangry, but you know what? It just happens to the best of us. I have been dating for a long time, and no, it's not what you're thinking. I have been eating dates for a long time. I grew up around them, especially during Ramadan when we would eat them to break our fast. And since then, I've been absolutely hooked, and I #cannot stop dating. I want you to be just as obsessed with dating as I am, so I'm gonna show you 3 of my favorite recipes. First up, we've got my miso almond date bites, which are salty and sweet. Then I'm gonna show you how to make my super simple vegan date shake. And finally, we're gonna make my favorite French toast with an almond butter date caramel. When you're shopping for dates, let me tell you something important. Make sure you're looking for the medjool variety. These are a lot sweeter and chewier than their other counterparts, which tend to be a bit drier and not as great to bake with, or cook with, or eat as a snack. I like to eat these plain as well, which is why I look for a nice, delicious, chewy, sweet medjool date, because you want something that's a nice, sweet snack, but you don't want anything that's dry. These miso almond crunch bites have everything going for them. They've got some umami from the miso, some crunch from the almonds. They're the perfect snack to keep in the fridge for when you want something a little sweet, but you still want to eat something wholesome. I'm putting in a solid amount because I love a date. These are gonna act as a really nice base, a really sweet and chewy base. It's gonna allow these bites to stick together, and we're not gonna add any other sugar. That's way too many, but I don't care. So I got my dates in my blender, and now I'm gonna add my almonds. I'm using just raw almonds here. These are gonna add the nice crunch to these bites. We love a lot of texture here. Now, to seal the deal, to seal those almonds in, I'm gonna add a little bit of almond butter. You can feel free to use a peanut butter or cashew butter. If you have any other butter in your pantry, feel free to use it. The almonds and the almond butter make this snack super wholesome and delicious. Now, we're gonna add some shredded coconut. Make sure you use the unsweetened variety here because the dates are already gonna add a lot of sweetness to the snack. So pretty. We're gonna add a little vanilla extract, just for a little vanilla. And finally, I'm gonna add some white miso paste. This is made from fermented soybeans, and I know what you're thinking. You're thinking about miso soup. Stop that train of thought, halt it right there. This is just gonna add some nice umami flavor and balance out that really nice sweet date and almond combination. Gonna finish this off with a little pinch of salt just to bring everything together. Pull out that sweetness. Little pinch, not too much. And then we're ready to blend. Are you ready? I'm ready. Feel free to scrape down the sides if you need to. I need to. Just to get everything nicely incorporated. What you're looking for with this dough is to have some nice texture. So we don't need everything to be completely pulverized. Totally fine if we have some little bigger or smaller pieces of almonds. That's just gonna really contribute to the crunch. This is what we're looking for. As you can see, it's a bit thick, it's a bit sticky. This is gonna be great because it's gonna help us form it into our little bites. I wish you could smell this. It's like warm and salty and sweet, and I haven't even tasted it yet. Okay. I'm using a really cute cookie scoop here. We want it to be just shy of about a size of a golf ball, but you can make them bigger or smaller if you'd like. I like a little bite-sized bite I can just grab from the fridge when I want something a little sweet and salty. As you can see, this is what we're looking for. You can see a little piece of date here. You've got some different sizes of almond pieces. This is good. We like this. We like texture. It's a work of art. We love this bite. Look at how cute. First one done. My biggest struggle with no-bake recipes like this one is that it really is a challenge to get everything to the parchment paper before I eat it all. But I'm doing okay so far. I did sneak a little bite though. Don't tell anyone. The dates make it really nice and sticky to form into a little ball as well, which is really great. They add a little sweetness. They allow it to adhere together. See, this is why I love dating. Look at that, super cute. I always have this in my fridge or freezer because I'm always a little hungry. I always like to snack, so this is really nice to know. I feel secure when I have this in my freezer or fridge. We're almost at the end. There's a light at the end of this blender tunnel. Pretty good. Just rolled out all of my dough into these cute little bites. And now I'm just gonna let them nap in the fridge for a little bit just to firm up while I melt my chocolate. You look at that. My little date bites have woken up from their nap in the fridge, and I think it's time to add some chocolate. I've melted my chocolate already, as you know. And now I'm just gonna do a really nice, cute drizzle. If you want a little more chocolate, if you want a little desserty vibe, feel free to completely submerge them. I'm just gonna do a nice little drizzle here. Look how smooth and melty that chocolate is. Look at that. All right, I'm gonna start drizzling. You don't need too much on your spoon. Go a little light-handed so you can get a nice, cute, delicate drizzle. Or you can go full force, do a really heavy drizzle. Whatever is up to you. The reason I like melting chocolate with coconut oil is that it makes the chocolate really smooth and nice, and really drizzleable. Drizzleable. I just make up words, honestly, at this point. Got my own dictionary, drizzleable. Makes it easier to drizzle. Feeling like you want more of a chocolate moment, feel free to completely submerge. Take them for a swim. I will not judge you. In fact, I'll support you all the way. If you're getting fancy, you can even do a little crisscross action like this. I mean, come on. Picasso called. He wants his date balls back. All right, last one. They look so cute. And now I have one final little step. Just gonna add a little flaky sea salt on top. It's gonna bring out that chocolate. It's gonna balance out the sweetness. I love using flaky sea salt over my entire life. You ready? Just a little. It also looks really pretty too. Those big chunks of flaked salt, so pretty, it's a little fancy. These bites are gonna take another little nap in the fridge for about 30 minutes. I want this chocolate to firm up and then they'll be ready to eat. What a successful nap. I mean, look at this, so pretty. You've got that nice chocolate drizzle, a little salty contrast. You know what? I should probably take a picture of them before I dig in, so I'm gonna do that. They look too cute not to. Just straight on the tray. Real life action, you know? I've got to commend my own drizzling skills. I just have to have a moment for myself. Okay. I think I'm ready to taste. You know, I thought I was gonna plate them. I had this already, but I'm just gonna eat them straight from the tray because I can't wait. I just can't wait. Okay, here I go. Look at that little almond piece in there. So sweet. The dates, it's definitely in my teeth. The dates are so nicely sweet. The almonds add substance, a little crunch. That chocolate on top just seals everything together. And the salt brings all of the flavors out. And that miso, and gives this sort of savory undertone. There's a little salt, just trying to pick up the salt. No salt left behind, you know what I'm saying? These are so good. You guys have to try these. You guys have to try these. Little crunch.
It's the best tasting protein.
Yeah? Yeah, it is. So, have I convinced you to eat more dates yet? No? Okay, that's kind of crazy. Well, challenge accepted. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients for my irresistible date shake and show you how it's done. Not to brag or anything, but there are a lot of date farms in my home of Southern California. And with the date farms comes date shakes. I wanted to make a super creamy and delicious date shake, but without any of the dairy. But shh, don't tell anyone. They'll never know. Okay, I've got to preface this recipe by telling you something. It is so easy to make, you'll never believe it. I'm just gonna add all of my ingredients into my blender, and it does all the work for me. I've got my dates here. They're pitted. Don't leave any pits in there. That may not end well for you. Adding them straight into my blender. To make that super creamy milkshake vibe, I am using frozen bananas. This is a great way to rescue any of your ripe or nearly perished bananas that have just kind of been sitting on your counter for a while. Freeze them, make banana bread with them, make this date shake, super versatile. Also, when you're freezing your bananas, make sure to just cut them up into cute little slices like this. It'll make it a lot easier to blend. I like the nice little ice cream vibe that these bananas will give this date shake. Super good and flavorful. And the bananas add even more natural sweetness. In we go. A couple more things I'm adding. Some vanilla extract. And because I really want to feel hugged by this date shake, I'm gonna add cinnamon because we all know cinnamon is like a hug in spice form. You know? Do you agree with me? I agree with me. Adding my cinnamon. Perfect. Now to blend everything together, I'm gonna use some unsweetened almond milk. You can totally use another non-dairy milk option. An oat milk or a coconut would be really nice here as well. Adding my almond milk into my blender. Beautiful. Now all we do is blend. Wasn't that so easy? It's kind of crazy. I shouldn't have, but I did. Here we go. Prepare yourselves. I'm really excited. So I think we're done. Now all I'm gonna do, pour it into my glass and enjoy. Okay. I mean, look how creamy that is. That was it. That was our recipe. I need to send a picture to my parents. They're still in Southern California. They'll be really jealous. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now I get to drink it. So thick. It's too good. It's crazy that this is a plant-based milkshake. It's so creamy. It's so velvety, but there's no milk in it. We love a vegan date shake vibe. So good. Cute. This is so good. I could eat this forever. Eat it, drink it. I could drink it forever. My final recipe that really celebrates the magic of dates is an almond butter date caramel that you will want to put over your entire life, but we're just gonna put it on some French toast. I'm gonna go clean my blender and get the ingredients. In college at Berkeley, whenever I went to breakfast with my friends, they would always go for the Eggs Benedict, the veggie omelets, but for me, I only had eyes for the French toast. There was a restaurant pretty close to campus called La Note that had one of the best French toasts I've ever had. It had a really nice and sweet, crisp exterior, and I knew I wanted to replicate something just like that in my own kitchen, but with a twist. So, inspired by the French toast of my dreams, we are going to be making a French toast with an almond butter date caramel. We're going to start by making an almond butter date caramel that is so luscious you will want to drown your entire life in it. But today we're just going to put it on some French toast. Let's start. Added some dates in my blender. We're going to add a little bit of almond butter. The almond butter is going to balance out the sweetness of the dates really nicely. To sweeten this up a little further and to add a little bit more of that caramel undertone, we're going to add some coconut sugar. To make a super luscious and velvety caramel, we're going to add some vanilla almond milk. I'm using vanilla here, but if you don't have a vanilla, if you just have an unsweetened, you can add a little touch of vanilla extract. My blender is truly my kitchen BFF, so now all we're going to do is blend it right up. And caramel will await us on the other end of this. Okay, I think we're looking good. Look at how luscious that is. And of course, a traditional caramel is made by heating sugar up on a stove, but this is my version of a caramel that uses dates. Now you can see why I want to put this over my entire life. Our almond butter date caramel is ready. All it needs now is some French toast, so I'm going to go grab the ingredients to make it. It's time to make our French toast. I've got all of the usual suspects here. My eggs, my cinnamon, my vanilla extract, and I also have some milk. I'm using almond milk here, but you can use your favorite. Gonna crack 2 of my eggs into my beautiful little pie dish here. Cute. Perfect. I'm gonna whisk my eggs together until you don't see any separation between the yolks and the white. Really putting my entire body into this. Whisking eggs, morning workout, perfect. French toast, workout of your day, okay, I'm on board. Okay. This looks nice and smooth. Now I'm gonna add some of my almond milk. Vanilla extract. Vanilla extract for me is a must when I'm making French toast. I just love that little extra sweetness, that little essence, really brings it to life. Little pinch of cinnamon now. We want this to be super smooth, super uniform. It's gonna be a nice little bath for our slices of bread. Okay. I'm gonna add a little coconut oil to my pan, let it melt, and then that's gonna be perfect for me to fry the bread in. Time to dredge our slices of bread in my little mixture here. I'm using sourdough bread here because I love that tangy taste. It's my favorite kind of bread. We're gonna let the bread really soak up that egg mixture. And by the way, French toast is a great use for your stale bread. So if you got any stale bread in your pantry, it's time to make some French toast. Gonna flip this over. Make sure it really soaks up all of that goodness. It smells really good already, which I know is crazy because we haven't even cooked it. One last step before I cook my French toast. I'm gonna add a little sprinkle of coconut sugar on both sides because I want that really sweet crispness on the exterior. Look at that. It's gonna get some nice color as well. Now we're going straight to my pan. You know what? No harm in adding a little extra sugar on top. So we want to cook these until they're nice and cooked through, golden brown on both sides, about 3 to 5 minutes per side. This is a great brunch recipe, a great breakfast recipe, and honestly a great dinner recipe too. Like, who are we kidding? We can have French toast for dinner. There are no rules. I like pan frying these in coconut oil as well because I think it plays really nicely with that coconut sugar. All right, we are going to flip. You know, I consider myself a patient person, but then when I'm cooking French toast, I'm like, hurry up. Can't wait all day. It's not even that long. I don't know why I'm being so dramatic. Just gonna flip my second piece. Look at that color. Looking so golden. Ready for a photo, ready for some caramel, some date caramel. All right, these are looking beautiful. I'm gonna transfer them to my plate. So I'm hungry. Do we think they're ready for their caramel? I think they're ready. All right. It's thick, it's luscious. I'm gonna be generous here. Nothing wrong with a little thick drizzle. Gotta dip in for some more. I really just went for it. I was trying to be delicate before, and now I'm just straight up going for it. I like having a little pool of caramel on the side. It looks really delicious. I'm gonna add some berries, just to sidle up next to that date caramel, sit on top of it. They kind of stick nicely onto that caramel too. A little powdered sugar. You can't tell me you don't want this. You just can't tell me you don't want it. It looks so pretty. I think La Note would be proud. I should probably send them a picture. Maybe I'll slide into their DMs. Oh, it looks so pretty. The almond butter caramel, while delicious, it is a brown color, and so is bread. So by adding pops of color like these berries, that powdered sugar, just really brings all of those colors and flavors to life. I'm going in. I'm immediately overwhelmed. I don't know where to go. Okay, here we go. We're going for it. Gonna get a nice little crust. Add a berry. Okay. Bon appetit. I need a minute. That date caramel is like the best sub for a maple syrup. It's so much more flavorful, more complex. Those dates and the coconut sugar create this really nice marriage of sweetness. I love using sourdough here too because it's sour, it's kind of tart. Because it's so fermented, it goes so well with the sweetness of the caramel. The berries really make everything pop. I mean, I'm not trying to have like a French toast off with La Note, but I don't know. I think I might. And don't get me wrong, I love maple syrup. Sometimes we like switching it up. I love snacking on dates. They're my favorite thing ever. But this almond butter date caramel really shows how many things dates can do. We just love to date dates. They can do it all.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Say there today all day. Are you looking to ditch some dairy? Well, up next on #Cooking, Samadata remaking 2 classically creamy dishes without the cream. First up, she's going to make a vegan mac and cheese with a velvety sauce. Then for dessert, Sama turns overripe bananas into a luscious dairy-free nice cream.
Can you imagine if they started making like onion-scented candles? That would be such a crazy choice. I'd probably buy one. If you can't eat dairy, then don't worry, I got you. I'm always coming up with new ways to make creative, delicious dips, fillings, and desserts without any of the dairy. I really just want to #make dairy free cool. I'm going to show you how to make 2 of my favorite recipes that are traditionally loaded with lots of cheese and milk. First up, my masala mac and cheese, and next, because we can never forget dessert, my banana cardamom ice cream. One of the first ways that I dabbled into cooking, and maybe it's a bit generous to say cooking, was through boxed mac and cheese. I used to love that mildly suspect bright orange powder. But today, we are making my masala mac and cheese. The flavor profile is a little bit more elevated, but still just as creamy and decadent. Let's get started. The first thing that we're gonna do is dice up my onion. So I wanted to add some cooked onions into the sauce because I think it adds a lot more flavor. We want different levels of flavor and spice, and by cooking these onions down in some olive oil, it's really gonna get us there. I'm gonna peel this guy. I am just dicing my onion right there. Little rough, don't worry, because we are going to blend it later. After it's been cooked, of course. I've just diced my onions, and now I'm just gonna heat up some olive oil on my pan. Okay, my olive oil is shimmering. Time to add my onions. I also want to make sure I'm seasoning my onions with some salt and pepper. A little salt. And some freshly ground black pepper. Okay, these onions look delicious. They look nice and golden brown. I'm gonna turn my stove off, set these aside to cool, and get to work on my creamy sauce. Before we get going on my sauce, I have to tell you about cashews. When you soak cashews, they absorb a lot of that water, expanding them and making them a lot easier to blend. Because they're so buttery, when you actually do blend them after they've been soaked, they can create creamy dips, dressings, sauces, desserts, mac and cheese sauce, anything, you name it. But if you skip soaking them, and please don't, you'll get a really crumbly and mealy sauce, and that's just not cute. It's really important that you soak your cashews for at least 24 hours overnight, or you can flash soak them for an hour in hot water. best part about this mac and cheese is it comes together in this blender. What could be better? Mac and cheese in a blender? I'm on board. We're gonna add our cashews into our blender. Make sure when you're making this recipe that you only use raw cashews. No salt on it, no roasting. Because I want a little bit of a sweet taste and I want that nice orange color for this mac and cheese, I'm using a roasted sweet potato. I'm just gonna peel the skin off with my hands. By the way, if you're worried that I'm handling a hot potato, I'm not. This has been cooled. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I'm just gonna take about half of this, pop it in my blender. You thought I forgot about my onions? You were wrong. They're going straight in here. Now to get that really delicious, cheesy, savory flavor, I'm using some nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast is a really common vegan cheese replacement. Adding this straight in my blender. It adds a bit of umami as well. Now for my spices. This is a masala mac and cheese after all. Got some cumin. Adding a bit of cayenne. Cayenne gives me that heat. I want a little bit of spice in this masala mac. I'm gonna add some turmeric. Turmeric is not only delicious, but it also adds that really gorgeous yellow color that we're chasing for this mac and cheese. And finally, we've got some garlic powder. To help everything blend together, I've got some vegetable broth. Veggie broth is also a bit better than adding something like water because it's got a little bit more flavor in there. Okay, are you ready to blend? Okay, let's do it. And if you need to, feel free to scrape down the sides of the blender to get everything well incorporated. Boom. I'm gonna add a little bit more salt, a little more pepper. Back to blending we go. Okay. I'm really pleased to announce that my mac and cheese sauce is done. Looks amazing. Time to make our pasta. Got my cute little elbows here. My water is boiling. Don't forget, please don't forget to salt your pasta water, okay? I'm gonna do that right now. Pasta water is salted. It's time for our pasta. So I am using elbows here for my little cute pasta shape. I wanted to get that very iconic mac and cheese vibe, but you can totally use whatever short pasta works for you. A shell would be nice here, penne would be nice here. Okay, so I'm just gonna fish for a piece, see how we're doing on doneness. This is the best way to check. Just pinch it with your fingers or just bite into it. Perfect. Our pasta is ready. Time to drain. Okay, don't drop the sama. Don't drop it. One more thing to do is just add our sauce to our pasta. I'm gonna add this into my bowl. I'm really excited about this sauce. Just so you know, this makes a lot of sauce. I like a saucy mac, but you can totally reserve some for later if you want it to be a little less saucy. All right, time to plate. Sorry, I just gasped. I was just taken aback. It's so creamy. All right, little fresh parsley just to top. Little bit of color, little bit of green, little bit of herb, just to bring this out. And then I'm just gonna finish it with some freshly ground black pepper. Have you ever seen a more velvety mac and cheese? I just have to capture this. Here I go. This is gonna be an action shot. Okay, think I got it. Time for me to dig in. I've never been more happy than this moment right now. There's so much flavor going on, and it's so creamy. You would not believe there's no dairy in this. I'm not telling you to throw away your box mac and cheese, but I'm definitely telling you to give this a try. You will not regret it. So good. It's me, and I can never have any dinner or lunch without a little bit of dessert. So up next, I've got my banana cardamom ice cream, and you're absolutely gonna love it. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients. If you thought that you needed an ice cream maker to make ice cream at home, then think again. My banana cardamom ice cream comes together in a blender and takes a little nice nap in the freezer to create the most luscious vegan ice cream. Let's make it. Listen closely. I hate wasting bananas. It's so sad. Ripe bananas, really spotty bananas, are perfect for so many different types of recipes, and especially this ice cream. They help create that really luscious, creamy texture without any of the dairy. I've got my frozen bananas here. I'm just gonna pop them into my blender. When I freeze bananas, I like to cut them up in little pieces just to make it easier to blend. Really important that you're using ripe frozen bananas because we're not actually gonna add any added sugar to this recipe. All the sweetness is gonna come straight from those bananas. Okay, now I'm gonna add a little bit of creamy almond butter into my blender. Because the bananas are super sweet, I like adding a nut butter like an almond or even a peanut butter just to balance out that sweetness. I love using cardamom in this ice cream because it's got this really nice piney, fruity undertone. Really delicious. If you don't have it, don't worry, you can totally sub cinnamon instead. Now to help everything come together, I'm just gonna add a little bit of almond milk. Here's the important thing. We're not trying to go for a smoothie here, right? So we're just gonna add a little bit of milk just to get the blender going. Time to blend. Time to scrape down the sides of the blender. I'd rather scrape down the size of the blender a million times to get that really creamy, thick, almost soft serve consistency ice cream, rather than add too much almond milk and be left with a smoothie. Can we just take a moment for my blender, please? It literally does the absolute most for me. It's key when I'm creating all of my delicious dairy-free recipes. Okay, I think we made it. I could eat this now, and you could too, but I do want a little bit of an ice cream scoopable consistency, so that's why I'm transferring it to the freezer. Okay, ice cream is in my container safely. It's ready for the freezer for an hour or more. I know, I'm sorry, but patience is key here. Let's do it. My ice cream is done. A little patience gets us a very long way. I am just gonna cut some strawberries to top my ice cream with, and then I'm gonna enjoy it. No, I did not just sneak a strawberry. I have been waiting for a long time for my dessert, so it is time to scoop my ice cream. I'm very excited. I just gasped yet again. Oh, you thought I was a single scoop girl? Think again. Oh, you thought I was a double scoop girl? Think once more. Time to top with some of my strawberries, just for some color, just for some freshness. I would say this looks too pretty to eat, but I'm for sure gonna eat it. I will take a picture though. Okay, I'm ready to taste. It is crazy that you can make something this creamy with frozen bananas. It's crazy, it's wild. The bananas are so sweet, and we've got that almond butter to balance it out, and then that cardamom brings all the flavors to life. The next time you're craving something super creamy and delicious, but you can't have dairy, look, there's options for you. These are so easy to make. I made so many of my dairy-free recipes in my blender. Easy to whip up, just as decadent, just as creamy and delicious, without the dairy. Hold me back. I am going in again. Oh, it's so good. This is seriously so good. It's like, the sweetness is perfect. It's not too much, it's not too little. It's like my little Goldilocks sweetness. It's so good. Who doesn't love a muffin? As for me, whenever I enter any bakery or cafe, my eyes go directly to the muffins. I am obsessed. Am I the hashtag muffin woman? I don't know, that's a question for another day. But I've always wanted to create my favorite bakery style muffins at home. So after a little testing, I came up with 2 that are always on rotation for me. First up, a blueberry muffin just sweetened with some honey, and lemon poppy seed muffin tops with a cute lemon cashew glaze. I always bake with chocolate over fruit. That's typically my MO. But I will say, I always make a little exception when it comes to a blueberry muffin. They're just my favorite staple comfort baked good. But I was thinking, why should I go to a bakery when I can make one in my own kitchen? So let's get started. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees and I've lined my little muffin tin with these cute muffin liners. They're so cute. Now I can start on my wet ingredients. First up, got 1 egg. Just cracked my egg in here. Gonna whisk it really well. I want no separation between the yolk and the whites. This looks nice and uniform. Now, I'm gonna add in my almond butter. I find that the almond butter kind of adds a really nice nuttiness to these muffins. It's so delicious. Gonna mix my egg and my almond butter together really nicely so it's well incorporated. And now I'm gonna go ahead and add my melted and cooled coconut oil. This is gonna serve as a nice butter replacement. Okay, and now I'm gonna add a little bit of vanilla extract. And for my star, I cannot have my honey blueberry muffins without the honey. That would simply be wrong. I like to use local honey for these muffins, especially because it's such an important flavor component. I really want to use the good stuff. And finally, I want a little touch of acidity just to bring out all of those flavors, so I'm gonna add a little bit of fresh lemon juice. Perfect. Mix the lemon juice in there, it smells so good. Okay, my wet ingredients look perfect. They're well incorporated, they're well mixed, which means it's time for me to move on to my dry ingredients. I'm using almond flour for this recipe, which is honestly my favorite flour to bake with. It's super cakey and dense, so it creates a really nice texture in these muffins. I'm gonna add some baking powder and a little pinch of salt. Just a little, perfect. Now I'm just gonna whisk my dry ingredients together, make sure everything's well incorporated. You know what time it is. It's time to combine our wet and dry ingredients. We want an even muffin batter. It smells so good already. All right, I'm just gonna add a little bit of almond milk to help everything come together a bit better. This is looking great. Now, this is a blueberry muffin. So I've got my gorgeous fresh blueberries here. Just proceed with caution when you're folding your blueberries into the batter. We don't want them to burst. They're precious, they're delicate. Just like, be careful of their feelings, okay? Okay, we look nice and well incorporated here, so it's time for me to add them into my muffin tin. I like using a cookie scoop for cookies, for muffins, because it allows me to just capture even amounts of batter per muffin tin, per cookie, makes it really consistent. And then you get a nice even bake too. Perfect. All right, so all that's left to do is bake them. They're going in the oven 30 to 35 minutes. I'm really excited to see them on the other end of this. Should I open a bakery? Just wondering. They look so cute. I have let them cool for 15 minutes, which means that it's definitely time for me to eat them. Okay, let's take a look. I mean, come on. They look so good. Before I dive into these, okay, I'm gonna have to take a picture. If I'm trying to start my own bakery, I gotta have some documentation of this moment. Pretty iconic stuff, I have to say. I think it's time for me to try them. I think I've waited long enough. Here's a question. Do you bite into your muffin or do you rip a piece off? I'm gonna be dainty today and rip a little piece off. Here I go. Okay, oh, almost lost a blueberry. It's crazy how well the blueberries and the honey go together. It's so good. Speaking of muffins, if you only eat the muffin tops, don't worry, I'm not judging you. In fact, my next recipe is for you because I'm gonna be making my lemon poppy seed muffin tops. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients. You and I both know that we are kind of only here for the muffin tops, or at least that's my favorite part of the muffin. So for my next recipe, I thought I would whip up a lemon poppy seed muffin top with a lemon cashew glaze to satisfy all of you muffin top lovers out there. And I know you're out there. I preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and because I love being prepared, I have lined my pan with parchment paper, and now I get to work on my wet ingredients. All right, I'm gonna crack 2 eggs. Now I'm gonna add in my melted and cooled coconut oil. All right, whisking that nicely. I'm using maple syrup and coconut sugar to sweeten these muffin tops. They're my 2 favorite sweeteners. They add a really nice, robust taste, especially when paired together. Adding my maple syrup. Reminds me of pancakes and waffles, but it's kind of better in a muffin. This is a lemon poppy seed muffin top, which means we can't make it without the lemons, right? First, I'm gonna zest some lemons. I love using the lemon zest. It really amplifies that lemon flavor in these muffin tops. Now I'm gonna juice my lemons. Because I love precision, I'm gonna juice my lemons straight into this measuring cup so I know exactly how much I'm using. Okay, we've got our lemon juice, and now we're just gonna add it straight into the rest of our wet ingredients. Mix that up really nicely. And for one more layer of our sweetness, I'm gonna add some coconut sugar. It's super warm, it's rich, it's golden. All right, our dry ingredients, very important, just as important as our wet ingredients. Here, I'm using a combination of almond flour and oat flour. I find that almond flour is pretty dense. The only ingredient is almonds, and with oats, it's a little bit lighter. I'm gonna add some baking powder, a little pinch of salt to bring out all of that sweetness, just a little. I'm gonna whisk this together. Just for a little something extra, I'm gonna add in some rolled oats. I find that this gives a lot of texture. It's really nice to have in these muffin tops. And because I'm really trying to recreate that iconic lemon poppy seed muffin, I have to have our poppy seeds. Okay, this looks really nice. It's time to combine our wet and dry ingredients. And add this in. Perfect. Just gonna fold everything in super gently. Okay. This looks perfect. Time to use my giant cookie scoop and scoop these onto my pan. I like using these because it allows me to get a really nice uniform muffin top, so they're all even, they're all the same size. You know what's really great about a muffin top? You don't need a muffin tin to make them. Just use your cookie sheet. It's a game changer. These are ready for a little journey in the oven, 350 degrees for about 30 minutes, or until it's nice and golden brown around the edges. Let's go. I've let my muffins cool for about 20 minutes, and you know what they need. You know what they're ready for? A little glaze. I'm gonna just preface this for you. I just wanna tell you that this glaze is kind of like a cross between a glaze and a frosting. So I do tend to call it a glossing. And I know I made that word up, and I'm honestly pretty proud of myself for it. So let's make our glossing. To make this really creamy, delicious glaze slash frosting, aka glossing, we are going to be using some cashews. I've soaked these cashews, and when you soak them, it actually allows them to absorb that liquid and become really nice and tender and plump. This is gonna be the perfect thing to just blitz up in our blender because it's gonna be really luscious and smooth. I drained the water from my soaked cashews, and I'm just gonna pop them in my blender. To complement that gorgeous lemon flavor in our lemon poppy seed muffin tops, I'm going to add some lemon juice into my blender, into my glossing. Now, to sweeten this up, I'm gonna add some maple syrup. Time for a little oat milk. Finally, to bring out all of those flavors, balance everything out, little pinch of salt. Now I'm just gonna blend this up. Look at this gorgeous glossing. All right, we're ready to put this glaze on. Let me give you some options because we love options. You can do a little drizzle like this. So pretty. It's so thick and creamy. Do a little delicate, unfussy drizzle, or if you want to really commit, you can just gloss that whole thing. Don't be shy. Getting it to really fall over the sides like that. It's really good. One last thing to really finish it off, seal the deal, little extra poppy seed garnish. Those poppy seeds add some nice nuttiness. Gotta take a picture. I mean, that frosting, it like, who gave the frosting permission to do that right there? It's almost unfair. Now it's my time to eat. My turn to eat. Pretty, right? Okay, I'm ready. You know what's the worst thing in a lemon baked good? Not enough lemon. This is so tart, perfectly sweet. I have no rules for myself. I don't know, I feel like I found a new calling in life, and I think it might be to open a muffin store. We'll have plenty of muffin tops, plenty of regular muffins. I hope this inspired you to make muffins at home. I mean, this is so easy to make. The frosting slash glossing, also very easy. I just hope you never go without a muffin again in your own home.
Yo, today all day, up next on Hashtag Cooking, Sama Dada has the cure to your midday munchies. She's going to whip up 4 easy snacks so you'll always be prepared when hunger strikes. First up, Sama making one of Hoda's favorite sweet treats, dates stuffed with almond butter that can be served hot or cold. Then she bakes up a simple, super maple almond granola. And finally, she's making popcorn that's spiced with garam masala. Say bye-bye to butter with a spicy snack.
I'll just say this, okay? If you have a first date with one of these dates, you will be having more. I can't with myself. I cannot go a single day without snacking. Whether I'm at home or on the go, it is simply hashtag always snack time. Honestly, a world without snacking is simply not one I want to live in. So I cannot wait to show you 3 of my favorite weekly snack staples my delicious stuffed dates, warm and frozen, my Nutty Maple granola, and my delicious Masala popcorn. I love dates, and no, I'm not talking about the romantic kind, I'm talking about the medjool kind. They are my favorite sweet snack to eat throughout the day, and I'm going to show you how to make them 2 ways, warmed and stuffed and frozen and dipped in chocolate. Most dates come with pits, so I've actually already pitted these. I've got about 10 here, so I'm just going to now take them on a little journey to the microwave for about 10 to 15 seconds just to get them really nice and warm and juicy. Who needs a first date or a second date when you have 10 dates ready to be stuffed with almond butter? Warming the dates brings out their already naturally golden and caramel flavor, and then when you stuff them with almond butter, the heat actually allows the almond butter to melt so it gets really nice and gooey and delicious. I really already want to eat one right now. Okay, we're gonna start stuffing them. So I've got a creamy almond butter here. You can also use a crunchy almond butter. You can use a peanut butter, a cashew butter. If there are any nut butters that you're harboring in your pantry, this would be a great time to use them. I'm pretty generous here. I would say I use about a teaspoon to 2 teaspoons just because I like a lot of almond butter, but you can totally choose however amount works best for your life. Because we pitted the dates, it actually serves as a really nice pocket for the almond butter to just sit in, a little home, you know? It's like this date was meant for almond butter. You know what I mean? Right? Good form, I think. And I'm just gonna continue with the rest of my dates. So actually, Hoda saw this recipe on my Instagram and has now deemed it to be her favorite snack.
You take a date, and remember I told you the whole thing?
Yes.
You nuke it, you put in some dark chocolate and some almond butter. You know what I like? I like the melted chocolate in the peanut buttery nut butter thing with the salt.
So Hoda, if you're watching this, it's for you. You can kind of see how when I put the almond butter inside this little pocket, it starts to melt a little bit and looks so gooey. Oh, it's like a little river of almond butter that I want to swim in. It's a lucky date. I crack only myself up. So for this recipe and a lot of the other recipes I make using dates, you want to make sure you're buying the medjool kind. I'll just say this, okay? You have a first date with one of these dates. You will be having more. I can't with myself. Someone's got to hold me back for making another date joke because it will happen again. Okay, wait, this guy needs a little more almond butter. I'm so sorry I neglected you for a second. Okay. Okay, I am drowning in almond butter. All of my dates have been stuffed with the almond butter. They look really nice. They look ready to go out on a date. I need to stop. I'm done, I promise. Now that I'm done stuffing all of the dates, I'm just gonna top it with a little bit of sea salt, just to bring out that sweetness and balance everything out really nicely. I sometimes also like to use a salted almond butter too, and that's gonna really create that naturally salty sweet combination, which we love. All right, and there you have it. My favorite warm stuffed dates, my coffee companion, my favorite date. In my opinion, you can never have enough dates, so I'm going to show you how to make another recipe using dates. They're frozen, stuffed with almond butter, and then dipped in chocolate. So we've got our dates already pitted, and now we're going to just go ahead and stuff them straight with almond butter. This should feel pretty familiar. Again, we're going to have the almond butter find a nice little home in this pocket that we've created by pitting the dates. And remember, we are going to be submerging these in chocolate, so we want to make sure that we don't overfill it with almond butter so that it gets a bit messy, even though we love a bit of messy chocolate. So sometimes when I look at my freezer and I'm like, where did all of the ice cream go? I make these instead. They're also super quick to pull together and use mostly what you have in the pantry. And if you're not keeping dates in your pantry now, take this as your sign to start. If you have a nut allergy, you can even use a tahini or a sunflower seed butter as well. And then when you're done freezing them, they seriously taste like a candy bar. I know you think I'm crazy, but they do, I promise. I eat them for dessert. I eat them as a snack during the day. There's so many things you can do with them. They really are the perfect date. Dates are the perfect date. They are. I'm sorry. And now for my chocolate. All I'm gonna do is melt it in the microwave with a little bit of coconut oil. This is gonna help it get nice and smooth and glossy. We're gonna do this in 10 to 15 second increments, and we're gonna keep stirring throughout so it gets really nice and smooth. Put that straight in there. Got my spoon at the ready for stirring, and now I'm gonna head to the microwave. Go back in the microwave. Now it is time to take our dates for a little swim in chocolate. I think they're excited about this, I'm not sure. Here's what we're gonna do. Grab a date, just drop it straight into the chocolate. Don't worry, it likes this. Roll it around so that the entire date is coated. Make sure you get that residual chocolate to kind of drip off the sides of the spoon like this. And now we're just gonna place it back onto our parchment paper. And now we're going to chocolate swim and repeat. This is like a very luxurious bath, I have to say, for the dates. Because we've stuffed these dates with almond butter, we wanna make sure we're rolling it in the chocolate a little bit gently, just so that the almond butter doesn't come out. It's okay if you get a little messy here. It's part of the game. It's part of the date. No, that wasn't good. Serve this to your next date. That was better, that was good, that was good. Will I ever stop making date jokes after this? No. Don't expect me to stop, no, that's not gonna happen. It's part of my brand now. One final date. Now, just for good measure, I'm gonna add a little drizzle of chocolate on top. It's gonna make it look really pretty. I don't believe in less is more when it comes to chocolate. I think we always need more chocolate. If you don't like chocolate, I wanna understand you. Please drop me a line. But also, if you don't like chocolate, that's fine. Like, it's totally okay. But I still wanna understand you. Okay. Now I'm just gonna top them with a little flaky sea salt. This is really gonna bring out that sweetness, balance out the chocolate. It is the perfect combination. I'm using a flaky sea salt as well, so it looks really pretty and a little fancy. Okay, we're salted, and now we're ready for the freezer. Can we take a moment? Look at how cute they look. These dates are ready for their date. Gotta stop making date jokes. Okay. These are honestly so good because of the chocolate, because of the almond butter, and that little flaky sea salt. They seriously taste like a candy bar. America's favorite candy bar. You know what I'm talking about. Plating my hot dates with my frozen dates. We're going on a lot of dates today. They honestly look so good. I love them. You know what? I need to take a picture of these to send to Hoda. I know this is her favorite snack. She's gonna love the chocolate ones too. These dates are fully ready for their close-up. It's almost unfair. All right, got the shot. I think it's time for me to taste. Look at that. Mmm. It is so good. The dates are so sweet. The almond butter worked so well. That salt, it's making everything come to life. I knew there's a reason why I eat these every day. Now that my dates are done, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Let's keep this between us. Granola is super easy to make at home. I'm gonna get the ingredients so I can show you how. Granola is one of my favorite things to make at home. It's super versatile, so you can eat it solo, just munch on it as you're going about your day, or serve it with your favorite yogurt or milk. I'm going to show you how to make my favorite Nutty Maple granola. For any granola recipe, I like to separate my wet and dry ingredients. We want to make sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated, so that's why I'm going to do this. I've got some melted and cooled coconut oil here, and I'm just going to add the rest of my ingredients. I'm using some of my almond butter. And this is going to serve as a really nice mixture for the oats and nuts and seeds and whatever else we're adding to this granola to really cling onto, so we can get those really crunchy clusters. And clusters are why we're all eating granola in the first place anyway, right? Almond butter is in. To sweeten it up, we're going to add some maple syrup. This is the maple portion of my Nutty Maple granola. Maple adds this really nice golden richness to the granola. It's so good. It's really lightly sweet, so it's not too sweet. I've got all my wet ingredients in my bowl, and now I'm just gonna whisk it until it's nice and smooth. Be careful here. Wear an apron. I don't do it, but you should. We're whisking, and we're whisking. And I just want to whisk this until it's nice and smooth, making sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated. Okay, wet ingredients. We're gonna set them aside. They're gonna hang out for later. And now I'm gonna get to work on my dry ingredients. Because I like to maximize the presence of clusters in my granola, it's very important to me, I'm gonna crush my nuts before I add them into my oats. So in order to do this, all you have to do, add your nuts into any sort of bag, take a rolling pin or even a bottle, and just get your stress out, like this. You can also roll them if you're more delicate, but I'm really going for it today. I promise I'm a very patient person in general. We want them to be coarsely crushed, but it's okay if we have some bigger or smaller pieces because it's nice to have some texture with our granola. We like the crunch. Okay, I've got my bowl of oats right here. And now I'm just gonna add all of my dry mix-ins in. Adding my pecans in here. My stressed pecans, the result of my stressed pecans. I should also say that if you've got any nuts or seeds that have just been hanging out in your pantry for a little too long, this is a great opportunity to use them up. I'm adding some almonds in now. Just gonna use some cinnamon here. You can also use some nutmeg if you'd like, really whatever you'd like. And then we're gonna add a little pinch of salt. And now I'm just gonna fold in all my dry ingredients together. Make sure everyone gets to know each other. It's very friendly granola. Now that I've mixed all of my dry ingredients together, I'm just gonna add in my wet ingredients and mix everything together. Okay, here we go. It's very aesthetically pleasing. This wet mixture is really what's gonna help this granola have clusters, so I like to make sure when I am mixing both the wet and dry ingredients together that everything is really nicely coated. Okay, listen closely. The really important thing when you're making granola is to make sure that everyone has some personal space. So we wanna make sure that all of the oats and nuts in this entire mixture is spread out in a very even layer so everyone has room to breathe. By spreading everything out, we're also gonna make sure it bakes in a very even and crisp layer. And we're just patting everything down really gently, spreading it out nicely. We don't wanna pat anything too hard to crush any of the nuts. Now that everything is spread out, I'm just gonna go bake in the oven at 325 degrees for about 30 to 40 minutes. While our granola is baking, we want to make sure that we're stirring it every 10 to 15 minutes so we can ensure an even and crisp bake. Spread it out evenly again, and then back in the oven we go. The secret to super crispy, crunchy, clustery granola is actually letting it cool completely before you break it apart and serve it. I know it's tempting, but just don't touch it for a little bit, okay? This granola is completely cool, so now I'm just gonna break it apart and add it to my plate. I mean, you just can't. You can't say no to this. This is crazy. Look at how crunchy. The clusters are what I live for. It's the only reason I eat granola. Like, this is the most satisfying thing to me, ever. I will break it apart though. Just a little bit. We want to maintain those clusters though. I'll take granola over a granola bar any day. That's just me. And did you see how easy it was to throw this together? You literally just combine both your wet and dry ingredients and you've got this super delicious, one pan, amazing granola. And look at this bake. It's so even, so golden and crispy. Okay, it's time for me to taste. I've been waiting to dig into this cluster this entire time. Lightly sweet from the maple syrup, not too sweet, so it's a perfect breakfast companion. Or honestly, you could eat this at any time of the day. You could even top ice cream with this. It's a really nice, crisp, golden layer on top of some vanilla ice cream. Sign me up. You know what? My dad loves this recipe. I make it for him all the time. I'm gonna send him a picture so he can be a little bit jealous of me in it too. So you can remember my face. He knows what I look like. He's gonna be so jealous. So good. Speaking of my dad, this next recipe is inspired by him, something he used to make all the time. So I'm gonna go grab the ingredients and start popping some popcorn. This is a variation of a popcorn recipe that my dad used to make all the time. Poor guy. My mom, my sister, and I would always steal some before he could even have a single kernel, so I guess this is redemption for him. I'm gonna show you how to make your popcorn really delicious, really flavorful with this spice-infused olive oil mixture. So I've already popped my popcorn, and now I'm just heating my pan on medium-low heat, and I'm gonna add a little bit of olive oil. You can use your favorite spices here, but I'm going to use one of my favorites, which is some garam masala. This is a really common blend of Indian spices, and it's really delicious, really warming, creates a very savory flavor in this popcorn. I'm going to add this straight to my oil, along with some cayenne pepper. This is going to take it up a notch in the spice department because I like things very spicy. Finally, I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. And now all we're gonna do is just stir our spices. Now the reason that we're heating the spices here in the oil is because nobody likes a raw spice. Raw spices are not cute to eat, so we want to cook the spices with the oil so they become fragrant, they become aromatic, and it just infuses a lot of flavor into your popcorn. I was so obsessed with popcorn in college, I'm pretty sure it's the only reason I made it through. I would just snack on it like all the time. Got me through my exams. Thank you, popcorn. It's done so much for me in my life. And you want to make sure you continue to stir your spices in with the oil so it doesn't burn. We're only doing this for about a minute or so until you smell that delicious aromatic spice smell. You don't want it to smell too raw. When you allow the garam masala to cook in this oil, you can really smell all of those individual spices, the cumin, the cloves, the coriander. It smells so fragrant. So my spices and my oil smells really aromatic. I've cooked it for about a minute. Now it's time to just drizzle it over my popcorn. Okay. There we go. I'm just gonna shake it up so everything is fully incorporated in here. Now I'm gonna drizzle it over my popcorn. It smells so good. Now I'm just gonna toss it so that everything is well incorporated. This is just a really great way to make a flavor-infused popcorn so that you're not just going with the plain salt, you're not just going with the plain butter, there's a little something extra going on. Now that my spices are fully incorporated into my popcorn, I'm gonna add a little bit of nutritional yeast. This adds a very cheesy and savory flavor to the popcorn without actually adding any cheese. Mix that in a little bit. And then I'm gonna finish with a little pinch of salt. I have to show my dad that I made this. It's a little bit better than his. Don't tell him. I'm so mean. It smells so good. I seriously wish you could smell it. I cannot wait to dig in. So I'm just not gonna wait. I'm going to dig in. Oh, come on. Okay, this might be dramatic, but I don't think I can eat regular popcorn ever again. It's so good. And again, you can use your favorite spices here. You can even do a little salt and pepper, a little garlic powder. Really make it your own, but just know that I have a feeling you will not go back to regular salted popcorn. Butter? Who is she? It's so good. It's really good. You guys should try this. The next time you get a snack attack, all I have to say is just don't panic. Remain calm. Make these 3 recipes. They're so delicious and the best way to keep your days going. Whew. Hey guys, super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. #cooking is back. So tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven. I gotta go. See you later.
Say Today All Day. I don't know about you, but I